Hey folks, earlier this week I started leveling a character on a fresh account, and then after getting it to 70, I did a secondary stream where I geared it up from a fresh level 70 to roughly 490 item level. So in this video, I'm combining two different streams that I did on Twitch, one of which I got it from fresh up to around 480, and then the second one was after the pre-patch where I did some of the event stuff to shore up the last remaining spots in my gear that weren't already higher item levels. So hopefully, if you are brand new to World of Warcraft Dragonflight and you're trying to get caught up in the pre-patch to prepare for the War Within, this video will give you a good idea on the step-by-step instructions that you should take in order to get your character caught up. I should also note that I have a detailed guide on my main channel, which kind of summarizes all of the steps that I took here. In fact, throughout this video, I actually followed along with my own guide to gear up this character just to demonstrate that it works even for fresh accounts, but there's a few things in that guide that I kind of need to skim over because if I spent an insane amount of time going into detail on every single little system, it would be a really long video, and some stuff I kind of expect people to just kind of figure out on their own, but this video will give you extra detail on the exact steps that you can take to get those remaining pieces of gear. Anyways, with all that out of the way, let's jump into the video. Alright, well, depending on your point of view, this is either the earliest stream that I have ever started, or the latest stream that I've ever started, because it is currently 3:43 in the morning, my time. And, this is not like a scheduled stream or anything. Initially, I honestly wasn't planning on streaming at all on Monday, which I guess, like, technically it's already Tuesday. It's technically not Monday at this point, but my sleep schedule is so fucked that at this point for me, it's still just kind of Monday. Basically, so what we're going to be doing here, and this is just one of those things where I thought about doing this on my own regardless, and I figured, hey, fuck it, I may as well stream it. So I'm just going to gear up this character, and I figure that this will be a nice way to basically show how to gear up a fresh character, right? Like, doing the actual process, and, you know, worst case scenario, I have an extra geared Brewmaster Monk that I can play. One moment. Just, right as I was about to start the stream, one of my friends is messaging me. So I should also note, obviously, the whole thing with my ban situation, so for anybody who is watching the recording and has no idea what I'm talking about, my main account was wrongly banned on Wednesday last week, and I, of course, just yesterday had to make a big deal out of it, because 4 days, zero response, so yeah, I'm kind of, you know, frustrated by that point. I made a video, I streamed about it, and unfortunately, nothing got addressed before my Cataclysm raid. So, I did end up missing my raid just yesterday on Monday, which, yeah, that kind of sucked. And one of the main reasons that I didn't really want to do anything yesterday is I was just kind of glued to my computer, not even really getting anything done, but like constantly checking to see if there were any updates, because I was really hoping that something would have happened on Monday so that I wouldn't be able to miss my raid. As far as I know, the rest of the reclear went fine for them, but obviously they weren't able to start Nefarian Prog, which wasn't a big deal, but still kind of sucks. And obviously I still am mad that I missed raid, because I never miss raid. This is like the first raid that I think I've missed in over a year. So, yeah, not happy about that. So I'm hoping that it gets fixed on Tuesday, and I at least have, so that's the bad news, right? The good news is that I did have a person from Blizzard reach out to me, and they told me that they are submitting my ticket for an expedited review, whatever the fuck that means. Either way, on the off chance that person from Blizzard ever happens to watch this, I do appreciate it, right? I really appreciate, you know, the fact that you were able to do that, even if I am not your fault, right? But I am, of course, bummed that I wasn't able to get it fixed before my guild's raid. The main thing I do really hope is that I can get it fixed before the Tuesday reclear, because that's kind of the more important one. So we'll see. I don't know what it means to have an expedited review. I don't know how expedited means in this context. It could just mean that now, instead of waiting 6 months, I wait a week. Could mean that it's done by tomorrow. So, at the very least, it's nice to have confirmation that someone at Blizzard is aware of the issue and is looking into it, and fingers crossed, right? But it's one of those things where I'm only saying this here. I haven't announced this in my Discord or anything, because the reality is I don't want to get my hopes up, and I don't want to get anybody else's hopes up, because I don't want to be like, hey, Blizzard's looking into it, and then, you know, potentially if there's like another solution that could go, because like I said, I have friends who reached out to multiple Blizzard people. So let's say that I were to say, oh, well, somebody from Blizzard told me that they pushed the ticket, then maybe another person who could potentially help out is just like, oh, seems like he's got it handled. When as of yet, nothing has actually been done on my end that I can visually see. So as far as I'm concerned, nothing has happened. I just have the word of one person who, again, appreciate it if they happen to see this, but I don't know them. So until I see any actual movement on the ticket side, I have no idea. But I'm a little bit hopeful, but I also don't want to get my hopes up too much. Either way, with that out of the way, I still want to continue this character because I figure that this is kind of like insurance. Hey, Ard, good to see you. Good morning. Actually, good morning is applicable in this case. You used it properly. Good job. Congratulations. But yeah, I figure even if the ban situation gets resolved, this will still be a nice learning opportunity of how to gear up a character. So, all that preamble, I managed to do all that in 5 minutes, which by my standards, I think is pretty good. The guy called Joe, subscribe with Prime. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to be honest, I didn't even expect that like anybody would show up for this stream. I primarily did this because I'm like, I can use this as a recording, and then, you know, if anybody happens to be awake at demon hours, they could watch along with it. But the last thing I expected was subscriptions during this time, but thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right, so for fun, one thing that I also want to do for this video is, let's see, I'm going to go to my main account, and normally I've always said that I don't like to like watch along with other videos on my stream, and in this case, it's okay because we're going to be watching my video. And I'm going to be basically following step by step through my own catch-up guide on a fresh account. We're going to see how that goes. For reference, right, I have 32,000 gold. I ended the run the other day. So in case you are only watching this video, I did a leveling run with this character the other day and got it up to 70. So it still has mostly like crap leveling gear. It was a fresh account run, so I had like no fancy stuff. Obviously, the whole fresh account thing, by and large, mostly applied to the leveling. This is still, technically speaking, a fresh account gearing run, but I am using all of the resources at my disposal, and I feel comfortable doing that because I have basically no resources at my disposal. So all the stuff that I'm going to be using to get caught up is fairly limited. Demon hours are Abyss European hours? True, yeah. Go weird sleep schedule. Yeah, exactly. So effectively what I did is, I've mentioned I had like a bunch of alt accounts, and I haven't heavily used my alt accounts for like actual regular World of Warcraft. I played them very actively in Classic, both SOD and Kata. That's like the main thing that I've used them for. And I have like a lot of stuff on the characters on these alt accounts on those versions of the game, but in regular WoW, outside of stuff that I did for Remix, so I have like a bunch of Remix characters in these accounts, I have like basically nothing on most of the 3 accounts. So effectively what I did is I pooled all of my gold together, and I had 30k across all 3 of my alt accounts on regular WoW. So 30k is what I have to work with as a starting gold amount, and I figure that's like a pretty reasonable starting point for, you know, a new-ish player, considering this is like all I had after doing all this shit. So if you're like a brand new player and you're looking to get into the game, you probably will only have 5 or 10k when you first hit max level. But I've always said that realistically speaking, if you are brand new, you should probably level up a few different characters, especially given how fast it is now, just to figure out what you want, and then just, you know, pool your resources and start pushing up one character. Skype55 said good morning. Good morning to you as well. But here, let me see if I can get this set up. How do I want to do this? Gonna go to OBS, window capture. This is a little bit tricky to get done right. If I do that, right, there we go. This is my catch-up video, which, hold on, let me double check. Yeah, this is 3 months old, but this was made for Season 4, and basically nothing has changed for this video. The only new thing that is going to be happening is now the actual pre-patch event is going to be, what's it called? It's going to give you 480 gear. So I'm going to be streaming. I've been like kind of debating on if I want to do YouTube or Twitch. I'm probably going to do Twitch later today for the pre-patch event, just because I think it's easier that way. I want to make sure that the, you know, I got banned video is, or like the stream recording, is still the most recent thing, and I would rather not like take focus away from that for now. And also, like, just playing through the pre-patch event isn't the most exciting thing ever, so I don't necessarily know if that would make for like an amazing main channel YouTube video. So that's like a good second channel thing, and then we can stream it on Twitch. That's probably what I'll do. But that will give me some good 480 gear, and we can see how that complements this guide. But this is my 80k view, 3-month-old gearing guide. Let's pop it up there. All right. Doesn't seem like it's... There we go. Hey folks, Dragonflight Season 4 is adding
now it's
many
working.
new systems to help
I think you can hear
characters
that.
get caught up, and by using them, I managed to get my fresh level 70 Guardian Druid ready for raiding in just under a day. Whether you're a brand new player or someone looking to gear up an alt, this video will show you how to use these systems to get caught up in Dragonflight as quickly as possible. The moment you hit level 70 on a new character, the game will bombard you with multiple different quests, and it can be a bit overwhelming trying to figure
Good
out
opportunity
which
to
activities
finish
you
my
should
coffee,
focus on
too.
first. While prior World of Warcraft expansions forced you to grind multiple different systems at once, this is not the case in Dragonflight. Your item level is the only thing that actually matters in terms of getting caught up. Normally, you'll want to head to the most recent zone in order to farm high item level gear, but Season 4 has changed.
Can't hear it?
the formula.
Okay, cool.
Each week, a different set of Dragonflight activities will be empowered.
Oh yeah,
by the item
worth
level-
noting, this was fucking bullshit, which, you know, obviously, it's not the fault of my guide, right? But Blizzard just fucking went back on this, which, annoying, really fucking annoying, because I get their whole argument about not awakening all Dragonflight raids early gave people more of a chance to make gold off selling Farok. And my guild benefited from that because we sold a shit ton of Farok mounts. But, I mean, it's just annoying that they promised this and then just silently said, yeah, we're not going to do that. So, of course, my video was already out by then, so I couldn't fucking change that. And now, of course, at this moment in time, that has already been the case, right? All raids are now awakened, so this video is actually more accurate right now than it was a month or so ago. But I am still actually quite annoyed about that. Also, it would have just made catch-up a lot easier for most people for the actual season. Yeah, especially, like, the difference... Right, like, this would have been... Because April 23rd is when the season started, right? That's a fucking while ago at this point. I don't remember exactly what week 7 would have been. I want to say it would have been, like, early June, maybe? And it's basically a 2-month difference between when they initially said this would happen and when it actually happened. It's fucking annoying that they screwed up the timing on that and didn't communicate it until people pressured them to say, hey, is this happening or not? We've been in Season 4 for 3 whole months? I know, right? It doesn't feel like it's been that long, but yeah, April is when Season 4 started.
It is kind of wild. Time just kind of flies sometimes. 1 second. There's just something bothering me. Okay. There we go. The level of their rewards will be increased accordingly. Note that from week 7 of the season onwards, all activities in Dragonflight will be empowered at the same time, which should make
You're in the
fair
best
enough
guild ever
even
now?
easier.
Yeah.
If you're unsure which activities are currently empowered, the easiest way to check is by picking up the weekly quest Last Hurrah from Therazal in the center of Valdrakken. This weekly quest will provide you with a list of objectives to complete, and these are the activities that are currently empowered. Completing one of the empowered... Okay, so we're gonna pause, and that's how I'll go through this. That's kind of how, for the record, I meant for people to go through this video. I'm not entirely sure that's how everybody took the approach to it. Because obviously, if you just watch this entire thing through, and then try to remember the entire step-by-step process, that's going to be rough. But I broke it down into points. This is where you start, right? So the first thing is you, of course, go get your weekly quest in Valdrakken. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Also, fuck it. This is the one thing I don't like about the Alliance teleport thing. It's so difficult on a dragon riding mount to thread the needle on that mage tower thing. And give me 1 second. There was just something that I wanted to check. Okay. Yeah. Alright, I should be good to go. And just making sure OBS settings are correct. I don't normally mess around with, like, different windows while recording, so I'm just trying to make sure that nothing has gone wrong here. But okay, so we're in Valdrakken. There's obviously a lot of shit that you can do, and that's kind of why I made that video. It's cut through all the noise. Like, what the fuck are all these quests? We don't need to care about it at all. We're just gonna talk to this guy, and we're gonna... Why does it... Okay, I don't know why it's doing that. That's actually really fucking weird. Do I have Quick Quest on, or is this just bugged? No, I don't have Quick Quest. And Leatrix Plus isn't skipping anything. Oh, it's a known issue? Of course. Yeah. Why am I not surprised? Alright, I just want to make sure I wasn't doing anything wrong. It's just fucked. So apparently it's forcing you into the Zarelek Caverns ones, which is... Alright, that's lovely. I do believe that now with the changes, I could theoretically do any events out in the world, and that would give me upgraded gear. So that's something. But it looks like for the weekly quest, I am forced into doing this one. Another thing that I happen to know that I will mention it later on in my video, try holding shift. That's not a bad idea. No. No, it doesn't work. If it's Zarelek, you'd recommend to do a time rift since that's up now? Good call, yeah. I'm checking Kazra. I forgot what the weekly event was. I think the dungeon event starts tomorrow, which is good timing. By tomorrow, I mean like in 6 hours or however long it is until reset. But yeah, so the next step of my video, which I'll let it play in a moment, but actually we can let it play while sitting at the time rift, because one of the nice things about time rifts is you can kind of just AFK these, and it doesn't matter at all, because your individual contribution doesn't matter at all outside of the bar at the top, which never actually gets filled. But okay, close the time rift. So we're also going to pick up that weekly quest. Reporting for duty, yeah. And most likely, nobody's actually going to be here. Doesn't reset happen during maintenance? Well, technically speaking, reset happens on its own. Maintenance just usually coincides with the reset. So, there have actually been some times where the maintenance ends a little bit early, and there's like this weird slush time where it technically hasn't reset yet, if it's really fast. Obviously, today, we're going to get a long maintenance, I think. What does the launcher say? 7 to 11 Pacific? So that would be 10 to 2 my time. Usually look for a group for time rifts. I mean, that's an option. I'm not going to do that, because I just don't care. There's literally no advantage to doing these. In fact, normally I would just AFK it, but what we can do is just continue to let the video play. Let me just look at chat. Good morning, Panda of Mystery. Good to see you. Warband Manx are supposed to be re-enabled tomorrow. I hope they're actually working, because I have yet to actually see a Warband bank in action, even during testing. I've never once gotten it to work properly. Alright, let's see. Can I get this? Yep, there we go. Activities will give you a box that contains item level 40 gear on the veteran upgrade track.
I get to lean back and finish my coffee.
There's only so much of it that you'll be able to farm every week. That being said, it's still worth doing all of the other activities in Dragonflight, even if they aren't empowered, as they'll reward you with gear in between item levels 451 and 463. In addition to all of this, the box that you get from completing your weekly quest will contain a Splintered Spark of Awakening, which is an important ingredient for making crafted gear. Don't worry about this for now, as you shouldn't craft anything until much later, but just keep it in mind since we'll circle back to this at the end of the video. Once you've completed all of your empowered activities and finished your weekly quests,
holding off on playing until the major issues have been fixed. Yeah, I agree.
Below 451. If this is the case, your next stop should be Dream Searches, as this event contains a vendor which allows you to directly purchase specific tokens for any armor slots that you might be missing.
Yeah, so this part of the video shouldn't be as important at this stage.
To a new Dragonflight zone every single week. At the time of recording, the Dream Surge is active within the Lonarran Plains, and I may figure this out by opening up my map and finding the zone with the greenish...
Oh yeah, and they also bugged the Dream Surge marker, so that's fun. But no, they aren't holding off until 11.1. Most of the major issues, unless you're joking, but a lot of them are apparently in 11.0.2, which is going to be like shortly before launch. The problem is, I really don't know when the Chromie time fixes are coming in, because they did confirm the heirloom changes are 11.0.2. Oh, you are in fact joking. Okay, cool. Yeah, but I am concerned because the heirloom changes I know will be later, and while that is obviously a real quality of life like annoyance for me, I can live with the heirloom changes for now. The bigger concern for me was that it was intentional, and that obviously really sucks. But as long as I know they're aware of it and they will be fixing it, I can suffer through it in the immediate moments. The biggest issue is the Chromie time stuff. That's supposed to be working. If it's not working, well... that's just a problem, because I can't really do my testing. I did the one run yesterday, because might as well get some testing done, and it was more important to get, like, word out about the ban. But it does kind of suck that at level 61, you just can't continue. It's just impossible to get an accurate test for my guide until I can do that. It's like, I don't know. Not really much I can do. Yeah, being kicked out at 61 is an issue. Now, the thing is, in the grand scheme of things, it's not a major problem for people who are just trying to level casually. You lose about an hour, give or take, which sucks, of course, but it's really not the end of the world. Dragonflight, it's not a fast expansion, but it's not extremely slow. And part of the reason why my leveling the other day was a little bit faster than it might have been is because I did use Dragonflight crafting XP, which I don't know if everybody's going to do that. That was very efficient. And I'm also not sure if Blizzard's going to let that stay, because apparently it also works in War Within, and that is problematic. And I'm willing to bet that if they become aware of that, they will fix it. And knowing Blizzard, they're not going to take the time to double check to see whether it's only disabled for War Within leveling. They're probably just going to nuke it from the face of the planet, and then it won't work for anybody. So, you know. We'll have to see how all of that stuff pans out. I don't really know. But, yeah. I do hope that they fix it soon. At the very least, while I really wanted to get Chromie time testing done sooner rather than later, if the beta leveling servers are up soon, then bare minimum I can get working on 60 or 70 to 80 testing, and I guess I can just release both of my leveling guides around the same point. I would like to get my 10 to 70 guide out before my 70 to 80 guide, so people can use it in pre-patch, but my hands are kind of tied here. Anyways, let's continue. Blue icon. Once you've located it, you can fly to the vendors at that icon and pick up a few quests which task you with collecting a currency called Dream Surge Coalescence.
This can be obtained by completing most activities within the zone, but one of the best ways to farm it is just by flying around on your dragon and collecting the glowing green orbs that...
Oh, and now that it's fixed, it's also a great way to get Whelpling crests.
You're able to purchase another 451 item level gear token for a slot of your choice.
When I made this video, it wasn't working.
Is that a chip?
Yay, I'm getting ad revenue.
These tokens are also bind an account, so if you have leftover currency on your main, you can use it to buy some easy gear for your alts. Once you've fully geared yourself with Dream Surge tokens, your overall item level will probably fall somewhere in the range of 460 to 470. Depending on how lucky you were with drops from the empowered activities. At this point, you have multiple different options.
Skip zone.
I think your top priority should be to queue for LFR. Most LFR items are
if the skip button's there, I'm gonna click it. I don't give a fuck.
May not seem amazing when compared to rewards from empowered world events. The trinkets you'll...
I'm not gonna watch. How long do I have on time riffs? 1 minute 20. Here, we'll pause there because that's the next part of the video. So we'll get back to it later. Like, look, I like the fact that ads are showing on my videos. Yay, system's working as intended. But at the same time, I'm not going to waste 30 seconds of my life to make like 0.001 cents or whatever it is per ad. You know, the ads add up for sure, but an individual ad, I cannot be fucking bothered. All right, under 1 minute. But yeah, so honestly, so far in my guide, if anything, a lot of that stuff you can probably just skip because of how the system works with the gearing changes, because now everything's available. Because the main crux of like what we've watched so far, to summarize, is oh shit, 1 second. I can hear my dehumidifier beeping, so it just shut off, which means I have to go fix that. But the crux so far, and something that I'll probably do right after this time rift, I think I skipped past that section in this leveling guide, or in this gearing guide, I mean, is I should also grab a few greens from the auction house, because since I didn't really get much gear for the last 10 levels, all of my stuff is still really bad, minus like 1 or 2 pieces. So that's going to be a sizable upgrade in the immediate moment. But then, you just kind of do random shit out in the world, and a lot of it gives you 480 pieces. Now, when I made that video, and prior to, you know, a few weeks ago when everything is awakened, you only get a handful of 480 pieces from doing all stuff out in the world. But now that everything is awakened, in theory, you can just go around and do every single event and get a crap load of 480 pieces. So I probably won't even need to bother with like farming Dream Surge Coalescence, because I doubt that there's going to be that many slots that I'll need to get 451 in. Maybe 1 or 2, but I should be able to just skip that section entirely. And it is worth noting that that is also something that you can do by running the pre-patch event. So that's kind of the only step of the gearing process that the pre-patch event lets you skip, which is why I've kind of said that the gearing from it is pretty lackluster. I know people are like, catch-up gear isn't meant to be amazing. Oh, fuck, my Nizao just got yeeted. Oh, it teleported back. Okay, cool. But there's a difference between the pre-patch gear not being extremely good and the pre-patch gear saving you, like, 30 minutes or an hour worth of gearing that you've always been able to do. Because it's just 480. And there's plenty of things that you could get 480 gear in. There's like 1 or 2 pieces, I think, from the events that go a little bit higher, so maybe that's worth doing. But even then, like, does it matter that much? Okay, so time rifts, I don't remember if I covered that in this particular video, because the reality is, with Season 4 gearing, there's so many different individual events that if I spent time breaking down the individual gearing mechanics for every single one of them, the video would take forever. So I'm pretty sure that I just said, hey, if you want more information on individual subjects, I do have an old time rift videos that I made back in 10.1. But so the dilated Eon canister, you can speak to She Everbreeze to buy that. And I can open this cache of embers. And because the gear in this thing is still fucked, man, I love pre-patched. Irony is, of course, this is still better just because my current gear is so bad. But yeah, that is supposed to be
higher item level. I'm getting a Dragonflight Season 3 piece in Season 4 because the pre-patch broke more things than it fixed. Open this up. Do all that fun stuff. And just get rid of that trinket. So, now, if I wanted to, like I said, I could talk to She Everbreeze, and I could buy a 467 piece with this dilated Eon canister. But I'm not going to do that, because I want to make sure that I'm using this token to fill in a slot that I'm missing. Because I can pick anything on this vendor that I want to buy with this token. So I'm going to save that choice when I know what I'm missing. Alright. So, the next thing is just to finish this quest, Last Hurrah, and to basically do a bunch of stuff around the world. Now, let's see. Where is the world boss? Alright. So, obviously, at the 30-minute mark, we're going to want to go do Researchers Under Fire in Zeralik Caverns. Can I not right-click to show on the map? Okay. Yeah, so Researchers Under Fire is every 30 minutes. Well, it's every hour, but it's on the halfway part. So I can go do that. I should be able to just head to Loam and start that. I don't think there's any prereqs, but I guess after this world boss, I'll go and check, just in case. And the other thing that I can get is the Great Hunts and what's it called? Trying to land. Might as well get the banners. I don't know how much it'll matter. But yeah, I definitely want the Great Hunts because the purple bag has a chance to give good stuff. And Siege on Dragonbane Keep is every few hours. There should be timers on Wowhead that tell me when. Wowhead. Dragonbane Keep, 45 minutes. Okay. So it is soon, thankfully. I was worried that I might have just missed it. It doesn't look like there's any group up for this, which I guess isn't the most surprising thing ever right now. While I wait for this to form. Okay, and it looks like Community Feast is also in 45 minutes. So I would have to do both. In that case, I probably want to do Dragonbane Keep first, because I think Community Feast, as long as I get there towards the end and do like 1 or 2 quick events, I should be fine. Yeah, my group's still going. Where is class colors? There we go. You try to do Researchers next, that happens on the half hour? Yeah. For sure. Keep goes fast as heck, Feast is slow, you good? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think if we start off with Keep, it'll be safer, because sometimes that's just over before you know it. I'm not sure how populated it would be right now, but can't hurt to be safe. There's an inn in Iskara. When you wanted to do both, you would usually put your Hearthstone in Iskara so you can get there the fastest. Oh, there's a big AoE. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I could definitely try that. This is gonna be really tough to do. Especially because I do, like, no damage, and I'm pretty sure if I tink the boss, I will just get slapped around. But, yep, that's accurate. That's 1 auto attack through stagger. I mean, I'm basically like 300 item levels below what I should be right now, so. Yep. Fuck. Wow, the release timer on this is brutal. Okay, 3 out of 6 hunts remaining there. So, I'll probably try to finish that up quick so I can get the purple bag. Because the purple bag is the only one that really matters. And then I think the next thing I need to just do is go buy a bunch of super cheap gear to replace some of this garbage. Because there's a lot of crafted gear that you can buy for like literally 0 gold. It's like under 50 gold per item. And that would in some cases be a 200 item level increase for me. And then I wouldn't get one shot through stagger by a boss like this. But like for reference, most people doing this are going to be like 4 something item level, and I'm 246, so I'm about 200 item levels short. Yeah. It's like trying to tank a Dragonflight boss in full Shadowlands gear. Worse, actually. Because by the end of Shadowlands, you would have had 300 something. Like low 300s, at least if you had Mythic gear. This, I also gotta say, this release penalty is kind of annoying. Because this is to what? Prevent people from zerging down world bosses? But world bosses are not meant to be challenging content at all. So, like you can see here, that wasn't difficult even with everybody dying. In the end, it just kind of makes things a little bit more inconvenient. It's not the worst thing ever, but, like, I just feel like that's unnecessary. Okay, yeah, 2 out of 6. As long as I am within the hunt area by the time that it completes, then that's all that matters. Alright. Crafted gear these days is BOP. It needs work orders with Whelpling crests. No, you're, yeah. Nizal, for the record, I'm talking about the 340 item level pieces. Yeah. That is what I'm referring to. I mean, look at the gear that I have on. 181, 140, 296 in that case, better than nothing. I have multiple pieces that are under 200 item level. Those 340 pieces are what I'm referring to. Those BOE ones. That is exactly what I mean when I say it would still be a 200 item level upgrade for me. Yeah. That's just how bad some of my gear is. Where are these things? Okay, nice. A collect quest, something that I can do with shit gear. Alright, some crests. That should give me... okay. I mean, not a good trinket, but it's something. I'll just put that there. Let's see. That guy should be able to pick that up. And then we'll get the purple bag from this, and that should be another cache of storms. So, those caches of storms, right there, that's the main thing that I'm going for. Obviously, there is something that I could have gotten off the world boss, so... let's see. We go to Raids, Dragonflight, Dragon Isles, that was, what, Basicron? He could have dropped 499 pieces. Those boots honestly wouldn't be terrible, though all things considered, for Brewmaster, I use crafted boots anyway, so if I end up getting a piece of crafted gear, this would have been useless. But, yeah, necklace would have been eh. So maybe it's good that I didn't get any loot off him, but it would have still been a pretty big item level upgrade. Really, we're just trying to do all of the different possible events, get every single cache of storms possible, and... there we go. This should... oh. Alright. I guess I can make some progress towards this. So I can, like, Todd that, at least. But all of the other mobs are going to be a little bit difficult for me to help with. Right, okay, I got confused for a second. I was wondering why I didn't have a second charge of Celestial Brew, but that's something from the War Within. I've just been playing too much beta. I'm getting used to the upcoming quality of life stuff. But yeah, having that second Celestial Brew charge is actually super nice. Especially because we had it for a period of time way back when, and then they took it away. So now we're getting back utility that we used to have, like, years ago, which is kind of how a lot of class changes these days are. It's like, hey, remember that expansion when your class felt good to play so many years ago? Yeah, you can have that thing back now. Like, oh, okay, thank you. May have said it before, but any specific reason I picked Monk? Well, in this particular context, Monk is the thing that I play in regular, like, on my main account. You know, the one that got falsely banned. So, obviously, that's why I'm making a Monk this time. But as for why I originally started playing Monk a lot way back when, I mean, I just tried out a bunch of different specs, and Monk really grabbed me. There's not much else to it than that. There's obviously a lot of things that I like about Brewmaster, but I initially started playing Monk back in WoD. I dabbled with it very briefly in MoP, obviously, which is when it came out, but I never really spent a lot of time in it. I didn't play WoW a ton in MoP. I still played a decent amount, but I only had like 1 or 2 characters, and I mostly played Blood DK back then. And it wasn't until WoD when I actually started trying out a bunch of different specs, and by the end of WoD, I had tried out every single tank spec. And the thing that got me to try Monk for the first time is in one of my guild's raids, we were missing somebody, so we pugged a Brewmaster as the other tank. And they were like super geared. They were just running like, I think we were doing heroic or something, and they were running it to get gear for their mythic raid. And they had like 2 mythic blade fists, because this was back in High Mall. And I remember seeing this person tanking with 2 really sick fist weapons. I'm like, wait, you can tank while using 2 like bladed fist weapons? That seems really fucking cool. So then I started a Monk. And obviously then I just really love the playstyle. Now I will say WoD Brewmaster, oh, so good. One of my top playstyles for tanks ever. I am, of course, a little biased because that's when I started Brewmaster, but I still think it's not just nostalgia. And I've talked to a lot of other people who agree with me on that. It's an amazing spec, WoD Brewmaster. Okay, I should put on Leatrix Plus for this stage. We'll just grab all this. And then there's the Awakened Crest tutorial thing. So upgrade a piece of gear with flight stones. I guess I can upgrade this, sure. And oh, it has to be a new piece of gear. I guess my belt counts as an old item. I don't even know why it lets me upgrade that then. Maybe Grand Hunt Spoils. Well, it has a Cache of Storms. Shoulders, actually pretty good pair of shoulders, all things considered. But I could upgrade it with Drake crests. Yeah, fuck it. There's a million crests these days. Alright. And yeah, that should be that tutorial done. How do the Monk hero talents feel for leveling? They're fine. They're nothing like crazy, honestly. Master of Harmony for Brew, it is the better tree for Brew, so it's what you're gonna run. But honestly, there is nothing in the Brewmaster tree, the hero talents, that feel really impactful. Also, I did actually dabble in Plunderstorm in this account, so I think I actually have some stuff that I can buy. Yeah, there's only one that you can buy, and then I can buy these Drake crests. Which, like, yeah, I don't know. I'm not specifically doing this as, like, a teaching tutorial, unlike, this is how you start a fresh account. I mean, I already did a video showcasing that. This is more so showing my path through it on the second account, and because I did play Plunderstorm in this account, if I have that stuff available, I'm gonna use it. So we can equip that. It's not even a good piece of gear. The extra Drake crests, this will actually be pretty helpful, but you know. Yeah, so Master of Harmony, while leveling for Brew, it doesn't really feel that impactful. It's nice, but it won't really change much. And for Windwalker, Conduit of the Celestials, it's not going to revolutionize the way that you level, basically. So it's just fine, but it is a good hero talent tree. And especially like around level 74 when you get the big damaging ability, you get it immediately. So the big damaging ability you get early on, that's pretty good. But it's around level 74 when you get like the big upgrades to it that make it feel really impactful. And then it just becomes like a AoE nuke on like a 1.5 minute cooldown, which, don't get me wrong, is very good. Is it going to completely fundamentally change the way that you're going to level? No. But does it feel nice to have? Yeah, it's good. Okay, I don't think there's going to be anything crazy that I'm going to be able to pick up right now. I guess, I mean, it beats that. So if there is... Nah, for that, probably not. Leather, any helmets? Let's just go for price. Okay, here we go. Yeah, that's cheap. So... yeah, I think that's probably the best one I can get. Let's try to find a crit verse one. There we go, crit verse. 6 gold! Literally 6 gold. That is cheap. I have shoulders, so I don't need that. I do have a chest piece. Yeah, so I don't need the chest. Waist. I actually do have a belt, so I don't need that one. Legs. That is... yeah, that's a decent upgrade, so I'll buy that. Again, let's look for crit verse. If it's there, it's not, so we'll just go with crit mastery, sure. Feet. There we go. 319, sure. It's something. Check for crit verse. Yeah, there we go, crit verse. Only 100 gold. So this is definitely worth it. Pioneer's leather. There we go. And by the way, I'm not ignoring chat. I do see that there are a few messages. Just give me a moment. I will read them shortly. I just want to... I want to get all this stuff sorted. Because the Researchers Under Fire event is about to start. So I want to get this equipped and then head over there. And I didn't check jewelry. Because I don't want to spend the time doing that right now. We can do that after Researchers Under Fire. This, at the very least, for the immediate moment, should give me enough of a boost. I'm now in the 300s overall. So, something. Let's see. You may have said it before. Oh, I read that. But yes, so... Conduit of the Celestials is pretty solid for Windwalker, and Master of Harmony is the better one for Brew, but it's not going to really be impactful. Boomer said, sad to hear what happened. Any updates? The only update right now is a Blizzard dev did tell me that they have expedited the review on my ticket, but nothing has moved on my end, so I don't want to, like, get anybody's hopes up, right? I don't want to get my hopes up. The last thing I want to do is say, oh, so they told me that they're expediting my ticket, and then, like, if somebody else was potentially looking into a solution, then they're just like, oh, somebody else at Blizzard already has it handled. I don't need to do anything, because as far as I'm concerned, nothing has changed in my situation. Yeah, at the very least, I got some reassurance that somebody at Blizzard has seen it. That is not nothing. Definitely, it counts for something, for sure. But I am not going to just assume that, like, everything's done and good. Researchers Under Fire. We'll see if they'll invite. Unfortunately, a lot of, like, world event groups won't even invite you unless you have a good item level. Even though they have, like, infinite spots open right now. They'll probably still just refuse to invite me, because, like, you know. Even though the reality with events like this is as long as you have people around to, like, click the objects on the ground, which is half of this stuff, that's more than enough. It does seem like this shard is populated, though, so I should be fine. Oh, I actually got a piece of gear. You miss Plunderstorm? I also miss Plunderstorm, yeah. It really surprises me that they haven't done anything with it. I thought for sure that after it got like a pretty decent reception, they would say, you know, enough people have said that they want it to stay as a permanent mode that we're making it a permanent mode. They took it down. Which, like, on one hand, credit to Blizzard for actually surprising me on one thing and not doing Bladed FOMO. But also, of all the times to not do Bladed FOMO, Blizzard, this is the worst thing you could have chosen. Like, I wanted it to be FOMO, and then you just bring it back, and we get to play Plunderstorm again. Because I actually liked Plunderstorm. This is the one time I wanted them to actually fucking backtrack. And they didn't. Also, let me change this. Let's just make that Eerie Fermentation. Yes, yes, my bigwigs is so many releases out of date. Thank you for letting me know. Oh, I also need bigger bags at some point. Almost forgot about that. And I could get Wildercloth bags for super cheap right now. Plunderstorm should have been a surprise, brought back a pre-patch. Yeah, that would have been sick. They're definitely going to do something with it in the future. I would be amazed if they don't. But I'm just surprised that it's not, like, staying as a permanent mode. It has so much potential. It's a real shame. Windwalker Monk is your favorite DPS right now, hoping the hero talents are good. Yeah, so the unfortunate, like, good news and bad news, right? The good news is that Conduit of the Celestials is a very good hero talent tree. It's one of the two that Windwalker has access to, and it's the one that they're going to run. So, on that side of things, you know, great news for you. And the thing about hero talents, and admittedly, this is kind of a major design problem with the hero talents that I saw coming from a mile away, and I really don't know what they were thinking. Hero talents, by design, only one of them will really be relevant for each spec. Because there is absolutely no way that they nail the balancing to a degree where both hero talents are equally viable for a spec, and you're going to switch between them interchangeably. They would have to be so perfectly balanced, and they also wouldn't have any, like, utility difference between the two. Because, like, I'll give you an example. Right now, for Brewmaster, like, for the two different hero talents that they have, Shadowpan and Master of Harmony, Master of Harmony has so much better utility and survivability just baked into it that if it was even remotely close on damage with Shadowpan, you would just run Master of Harmony. Because having 2 charges of Celestial Brew and all of the other, like, minor survivability benefits, it's just so much stronger for Brewmaster. But then, the thing about that is, Master of Harmony does way more damage than Shadowpan. So if you're running Shadowpan, not only are you losing out on damage, you're also losing out on all of the utility because Shadowpan has very fucking little. So how do you balance that? You just don't, right? And it's the same thing with Conduit of the Celestials for Windwalker. There is absolutely nothing to offer from Shadowpan in Windwalker's kit. They just don't want it. So they are always going to run Conduit of the Celestials unless Shadowpan gets a major rework. So effectively, Monk right now just has one dead hero talent tree. Mistweavers, they actually may have a decent amount of choice because both of them are good, and Mistweaver gets access to both. But Shadowpan doesn't really exist. It is a placeholder tree. Everything in it is just dog shit. So Brewmasters only have one hero talent tree, which admittedly is pretty good. Windwalkers only have one hero talent tree, which also admittedly is pretty good. But they don't really have much in the way of choice. So, good news and bad news, right? If you were looking for a lot of choice, if you really liked the theme of Shadowpan, the only consolation is that it's not fun to play, even if the theme is kind of cool. It's just, the name is the coolest thing about the tree, and everything else about it is just lame. Oh, nice. We got to ban our first bot of the stream. Why was I banned? It's just a false ban. I don't know why. The stated reason is cheat programs, which, of course, I've never used, so it is just a false ban. And as I said, somebody from Blizzard is already looking into it. The only thing is, I don't know how long it's going to take them, right? So my hope is that the fact that somebody from Blizzard is looking into it means that within the week, at the very least, it'll be fixed. But the problem for me is, like, I don't really have a week. Basically, it either gets fixed tomorrow and I'm able to make it to raid, or it doesn't get fixed tomorrow, and then, like, at that point, it doesn't really fucking matter. Well, as long as it gets fixed before the War Within, right? Like, obviously, that's the next major milestone. But basically, if it's not fixed within the next 24 hours, then it may as well not get fixed for another week, because, like, at that point, I'm already fucked. Or rather, my raid team is already fucked. And, as I said previously, the entire reason why I even made a big deal about it publicly is because of my raid team. Because I don't want them to be fucked over. You know, I'm used to getting fucked over by Blizzard. It happens all the time in a variety of reasons. Never this bad, mind you. So this is a new one for sure. But there have been a million different smaller ways that I've gotten fucked over by shit Blizzard does. But when it starts impacting my friends, that's where I draw the line. When I'm no longer able to tank for raids, that's a fucking problem. Alright, nice. Got the researcher's gift. Oh. Is that rare? I don't know how rare that is, but that seems good. And I got a weapon. Alright. Cool, I guess. What can I get with unearthed fragrant coins? Wait, what? I phased into a new version of Researchers Under Fire right as they finished it again. Alright, I get a free piece of gear. Cool. And it's upgrading an item level 65 piece to a 421 piece. Seems good. God damn. I also should have done that before picking up that. The worthy... Wait. Oh, do you... Huh? Somehow I already had Worthy Ally Lomnifin? Or, oh, is that like... Does it just automatically track your progress now? You don't actually need to pick up the quest? If so, that's a good change. And, okay, that's not an upgrade. Fragrant coins are just for cosmetics? Gotcha. Well, that is a small upgrade. For now. I obviously don't need Splintered Spark of Shadow Flame. I do remember that they're off this guy. Or which one? Okay, yeah. I remember you used to be able to buy crests with it, but I guess that's no longer the case. Can I do Sniff and Seeking Digs already? Okay, so I guess if I wanted to do Sniff and Seeking Digs, I would need to do the intro quests first. Yeah. I don't really think that's super important, all things considered. What I will do, just because it is a very good trinket, is I'm going to grab Drogbar Rocks really quick. I'm not sure if this one scales, but we'll double check. Yeah, it looks like most of the world quests are fucked. Of course, nothing works with this stupid pre-patch. Alright, so... It is, yeah, Thieving Rockmouse. I'll at least pick up, there's the quest over here that gives you Drogbar Rocks, but I don't know if that loot scales. Yeah, this still gives me the old Drogbar Rocks. So the treasure item level might scale, that's what I want to check. But... Where's the Thieving Rockmouse? over there. Windwalker is fun, but only having one DPS spec hurts the class so much if you're in a serious-ish mythic guild. Well, yeah, but at the same time, if you're in a serious-ish mythic guild and you're not, like, the designated monk buff, and you want to make sure that you're not sitting on any fights, like, get an alt. Frankly. Because you're not wrong, per se, but all of the Windwalker players that I know are either, like, they mostly play Brewmaster and Windwalker as an off-spec. I technically fall into that category, but, I mean, I usually tank before I do anything else. They are one-trick Windwalkers, and they are okay with having to sit on fights when it's required, because they just know that that's how it is. Or they have other characters prepped, and they just have multiple stuff geared. But, to be fair, that could be said about a lot of different specs. And Windwalker, actually, more than a lot of people, has a decent amount of protection because of its buff. Unless you have a Brewmaster tank. But if you don't have a Brewmaster tank, you're pretty set. And there are definitely many tiers where Brewmaster, technically speaking, isn't the meta. So, I guess now also Mistweaver Healer, but even with Mistweaver being good, it's still a little bit rarer. Let's see here. Still the 418 Drogbar Rocks. I mean, this is still better than the other crap trinket that I got, but I know there are higher item level Drogbar Rocks. It's just a shame that that one doesn't scale. And now let's check the world boss down here. And then I need to do Farrak Assaults. Well, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I still could do. There's no groups up for this. I really hope it doesn't, like, take forever to form a group. Let's see. You think the Emerald Dream campaign and side quests also give 454 item level greens? Yeah. So, yeah, Nizal, you're not wrong, but the reality is, like, I don't want to go out of my way to farm stuff for 454. The best way to get 454 stuff, as shown in my video, the part that we just watched, is to do dream searches. So if I wanted to get like a full set of 454 gear, I would just farm the dream searches. But the goal isn't to do that. We're effectively trying to skip that part entirely. But of course, in order to get the 480 gear and skip that, I do need to replace some of my really, really bad pieces. So that's why I just grabbed some emergency crafted pieces. Get like a nice big item level boost. And there's still one or two things I need to upgrade. Like that ring's 200 item level. This is still kind of low. And then some of these other pieces aren't necessarily the best. So we're replacing it as we go. It also really sucks not having a vendor mount. I might buy the Traveler's Tundra Mammoth just so I have something. You can slash target thieving. Yeah, I wish I'd saw that before. I will say the one silver lining to all of this band stuff is that I've had a lot of time to just sit there and watch shows. So, earlier today, I did finally catch up on The Boys. I watched the first, well, and currently only season of Gen V, which is The Boys spin-off show, and I finished The Boys Season 4. I'm not going to spoil anything. If you haven't seen it, don't worry. It is very good, though. So if you have not yet seen The Boys, fantastic show. I heard mixed things about Season 4, but I quite liked it, so I think it's good, and I'm definitely excited to see how the show wraps up in the final season. Their logic for Plunderstorm is probably the same as weekly events. If they're up all the time, queue times will increase because people will queue whenever instead of the time the event is up. I mean, Like, who cares, though? That's a small price to pay for having access to the event. I'd rather the queue times be long than the queue times be non-existent because the event doesn't exist. So, yeah, that might be like Blizzard's weird, twisted, like, engagement bullshit logic, but, you know, better that there is an option than no option at all. It's like the same thing with not having TBC or Wrath Classic servers because they don't want to split the player base across too many versions of the game. Well, okay, but then there's a ton of people that would love to try TBC Classic again and just can't because it doesn't exist. So, you know, the not wanting to split the player base thing is like crap because people are just going to play what people want. If there's something that people really want to play and this game isn't, you know, scratching that itch, they're not going to just say, oh, I guess I will play a different version of WoW that is not really what I'm looking for. They're just going to play a different game entirely that is what they're looking for. Like, in Plunderstorm especially, because Plunderstorm has, like, fucking nothing to do with WoW. I said at the time when Plunderstorm was a thing that it's basically just a completely different game with a WoW skin. And I really had fun playing that game mode. It's outside of, like, the FOMO reward bullshit, completely disconnected from WoW. So the people who would enjoy playing Plunderstorm aren't just going to go like, Plunderstorm's down now. I guess I will go back to grinding open world content in Mythic Plus in regular World of Warcraft. No, they're just going to fucking stop playing. They were probably trying out Plunderstorm. If they liked it, it's probably because they like Battle Royales, and then they're just going to go play a different Battle Royale. So, logic doesn't hold up. Same with, like, the people who, if somebody really wants to play TBC Classic, in the other example that I gave, they're not just going to go, I guess I'll just settle for Cataclysm Classic, right? Most of the people who really want TBC Classic are probably just going to go find a TBC private server instead of just settling for whatever Blizzard has available. Now, sure, there may be some people who are just looking for something to play and would just play whatever is on offer. But having a TBC Classic server out there doesn't hurt anybody. Same with having Plunderstorm out there doesn't hurt anybody. It's just FOMO nonsense. Gray's BDF said facts. Glad to hear you agree. True, you think Blizzard should actually make Plunderstorm a brawl? Honestly, I'd settle for that. It kind of sucks the fact that I really liked Plunderstorm. And remember, when Plunderstorm first came out, I was really skeptical. And I was dunking on the marketing for it constantly. So if anybody was gonna hate it, it was me. And I was more surprised than anybody that I actually enjoyed it a lot. So, of course, it was a real bummer when the thing that I never realized I wanted got added to WoW, and then Blizzard ripped it away from me right after I actually started having fun with it. So that sucks. Frankly, out of all of, like, outside of raiding, right, which I've said before that raiding is, like, the main thing that I play this game for. Outside of raiding, Plunderstorm is probably the most fun that I've had just playing WoW, like the regular gameplay loop, in a very long time. Most other regular WoW content, like, nothing about doing this shit, right? Like farming gear, doing open world events. This isn't fun. I do this because you have to, right? To get to the endgame stuff. And, like, I don't mind Mythic Plus, but Mythic Plus has never been something that I have really, really loved. I take it back. Back in Legion, when it first came out, I did really like Mythic Plus. I feel like the system has just rotted to the core over the years, and I am a little bit hopeful that the Dragon or War Within changes will bring back some of the fun elements that I liked during Legion. We'll see. I don't really know for sure whether that will be the case or not, but I at the very least have some hope that it'll be better than it was before. But honestly, like, in terms of moment-to-moment gameplay, I had more fun playing Plunderstorm than, like, anything outside of Mythic Raid in years. It was really fun. So, pretty much outside of Raid, that is probably what I would be playing right now in WoW if it was still on offer. It was really good. You would have played it if you could play Rogue in it? You mean like if they had stealth mechanics and stuff? I mean, hey, Fade to Shadow was actually one of the best utility powers. Whenever I found Fade to Shadow, I took it. Even a rank 1 Fade to Shadow, I usually ran over like half the other utility spells. Just because being able to like stealth away from somebody and like surprise attack them with Toxic Smack Roll, wow. So good. That last day was the best, yeah. We had like, what, a 5-game win streak on that last day? That was sick. I still have the footage somewhere on my second channel. I did unlist that. It's still there, but I unlisted it because now that my second channel has kind of changed, I figure it doesn't really fit anymore, but... Nice. That's a decent cloak. If you had your WoW classes, you didn't want to play a generic tune, that's fair, yeah. I like that it felt different, right? I mean... From my perspective, right, I level a ton of characters, so I've played every single WoW spec in some form or another. So I didn't really mind doing something different. You'd rather have classes than power-ups, Boomerang Goal? Oh, yeah. Well, I think it depends on what you mean, right? If Blizzard told me that I had to choose between having actual, like, fleshed-out, well-designed classes or the Plunderstorm thing, I would absolutely choose, like, what we have in regular WoW. In terms of, like, a moment-to-moment gameplay thing, I prefer that. And there are a lot of Battle Royales, actually, maybe not a lot, but there are some Battle Royales that work like that, where you kind of already have a kit that you choose before dropping in, or whatever, you know, the kids say, and there's only slight changes that you get as you go along. But, you know, that's just kind of how it goes with a lot of Battle Royales. But for something just like, you know, a limited time game mode, I didn't mind it. I thought it was fun enough. Okay, so we have Dragonbane Keep and... Dragonbane Keep and Tuskar Soup in 5 minutes. So... I'll go set my hearth to Iskara, then I'll pick up the Dream Surge quest, and then we'll head over to Dragonbane Keep. Replace Brawler's Guild with Plunderstorm? I mean, we could have both. I think Brawler's Guild also used to be pretty fun until they just kind of forgot that it existed. I wonder if they're ever going to bring that back. It was pretty fun back in MoP, honestly. Yes, chef, yeah. There's the quest giver guy. What? Oh, I see. So I can get all these renown things. I will say it does. One of the nice things about playing a new account is like all of the collection stuff. It kind of makes me understand why people like collecting things so much. I guess like on my main account, I've just kind of grown numb to that because like I already have so many mounts that it's like, what's another one, right? But it does kind of feel cool when you're like, you're getting all this new stuff and you see like the numbers growing really quickly. That's a nice feeling. So I'd imagine that's probably how a lot of people feel when they're collecting different items. And that's probably a lot of the appeal of it. That's actually an upgrade. All right. And anything else that I can buy? No. I think there are one or two more renown rewards that I can get from these guys. Yeah, this. And this too. There's so many things. Alright. That is the Community Feast quest, and Rumble Trunk is being empowered. I think that actually gives, like, 450 gear, so if people are killing this mob, it may be worth getting him. But there's, like, a minute or two wind up, so I should head over to Dragonbane Keep ASAP just to make sure I don't miss it. Also, one of the nice things about doing all of this now is it's right before the weekly reset. So I'll basically be able to get a bunch of one-time sources of gear at this exact moment, and then, like, a few hours from now I can do it all again. So I'm not really missing out on a whole lot. Prowler's Guild isn't real, figment of your imagination. Yeah. With how long it's been, it almost feels like that. Gone are the days of people wiping the Hexos nonstop. There we go. Why is the generic damage buff beating the experience buff? See, this is why this system sucks ass. Like, I'm not even leveling a character right now, but there's no reason why anybody should be voting for this. Having a massive... Oh, they also nerfed this, huh? Used to be 50%, now it's only 30%. Well, that's lame. But yeah, the fact that this is, like, voting, and people can just sabotage players who are trying to level, that's just so dog shit. I can't believe that ever made it to live servers, and I can't believe they've never changed it, because it sucks. Every single time I did Dream Search testing, 10.1.5, I said that it was, or 1.7, whatever it was. I said every single time, this is a terrible decision, please do not do this. It's still in the game. I really hope they never do anything like that again. Because honestly, one of the reasons why I barely did any 60 to 70 speedruns towards, like, the second half of Dragonflight is Dream Search has just fucking ruined it. RNG XP buffs is, like, the most unfun mechanic in the world. I just could not stand having to deal with that. It sucks so much. So, once I got that sub 2 hour run, I was just done. But even then, it took me, like, months to actually get around to finishing that sub 2 hour run just because of how much of a pain it was to do. And then it took me another, like, 5 months to even finish my guide, and by that point, Mop Remix was already, like, literally about to come out. Which, you know, the timing on all that stuff really is unfortunate. It's just... Dream Surges just really ruins leveling for me. Also, why are my frames just going to shit right now? What is happening? Hold on, let me check, make sure it's just WoW. And it's not something on my computer that's just slowing me down. No, it's just WoW. Yeah, my computer's fine. Something is murdering my frames right now. Holy shit. That seems a little bit better, reloading. I don't know what that was. It'd be cool if the vote was more of a stat tracker, but you get the buff you vote for. Yeah, something like that. Like, I think it would be fine to basically give individual players a choice. Honestly, I mean, I don't really... I was about to say you could do it so, like, whichever one gets or gets voted more, like, you get a slightly more powerful version of that effect. But, like, for speedruns, that would still suck. The entire idea is just bad. Really, it should either have been you pick the one that you want. And that still kind of sucks because the main... There's, like, two issues with it, right? One of the issues is the fact that it is a vote. That sucks. The other issue is that it is completely random. And that you can either have, like, insanely good RNG and get the thing back-to-back, or you could just never get it for, like, 5 hours, and you just don't get to level that day. Because that is what happened to me some days when setting up Dragonflight runs. there were multiple times where I would be fully ready to do my speedrun that day, and I'd literally have to sit there and wait for 4 hours just for the proper conditions to arise where I can start the run. That just sucks. And because every 30 minutes you get a new set of buffs, it's not even like I can just go and do something and then come back. I can't, like, go play Warhammer Total War and start, like, a campaign and just chill out for the afternoon while I wait for the thing to roll around. Because if I get into, like, a really long hour battle, well, if I start that hour-long battle and then suddenly the buff rolls around, fuck me. So effectively, I'm just sitting there doing whatever on my phone. Every 30 minutes, check back. Nope, it's not up. All right. Cool. And so there were times where I literally went like 8 hours and the conditions just never happens. It really sucks. Only good thing is now I no longer need to deal with that, because even with perfect Dream Surge RNG in Azure Span, there is no way that it competes with the regular Chromie time leveling. I just hope that Blizzard doesn't ever do that again, because that was just not fun. Yeah, it's a very scuffed system. And I mean, it's the thing that, what annoys me about that is there is like no benefit to that for anybody else. So a lot of times when I bring up these issues, right, people will counter by saying things like, oh, who cares about speed leveling? Like, nobody actually gives a shit. Why should Blizzard care? But whenever you say things like, you know, who should give a shit about speed levelers? Well, okay, so if we're implementing this change that fucks over speed levelers, there must be some advantage to it, right? Like, what is the upside to fucking over speed levelers? Do the pros outweigh the cons in this case? And people who are not speed leveling get 5% more damage for an open world event for 30 minutes. What? Who gives a shit? The only even remotely notable buff is the more gold from world quests. So it always sucks when that one is competing with the XP buff. But like, all of the buffs are completely inconsequential. And then there is an XP buff and a gold from world quest buffs. Two things that are massively impactful to people who care about it, either people trying to farm world quests for gold or people trying to speed level, and the other stuff doesn't matter at all. So why design a system that is completely inconsequential to 90% of the player base, probably more than 90% of the player base, and then just fucks over a small demographic for absolutely no reason? It adds nothing to the game, it just pisses off a small subset of players. It exists purely for flavor or whatever, because you know, you get to vote for your buffs, because then they get to put in their marketing material, vote to choose the buff you want. And then, of course, the people who aren't following it will probably think that, oh, maybe these are some really impactful buffs. And in reality, it's like 5% damage. It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't make any difference. But it sounds really nice, like on an advertisement, when you say you get to vote to pick what you want. So that's why they do it. They do the thing that sounds nice on paper, actual gameplay consequences be damned. And it is so frustrating dealing with systems that are designed like that. They're designed as a marketing stunt and not designed to be fun to play in a video game. Which, like, that's the entire point. It's supposed to be fun. I don't get it. And this is basically every system. Admittedly, I haven't really gotten a chance to deep dive into the Dragonflight systems enough to, like, really say. But given the fact that this has been consistently how they design things for the past, like, God knows how many years, I wouldn't be surprised if there was something in War Within that it works like that and is just a pain in the ass. We'll see. I mean, one thing that comes to mind is the entire emissary system in War Within is, like, really convoluted. Now, on the plus side, it seems like one of the reasons for the system being so convoluted is because it's meant to give you more freedom in how you approach it. So it's kind of like a trade-off, and it's complicated as hell, but, like, in practice, it actually works in the player's favor, so that's, like, good. But I do really think that Blizzard needs to strike a fine line between, like, being able to design user-friendly systems that are also easy to understand. Because it seems like whenever something requires, like, a little more design complexity to benefit the player, they just, like, give up on making it easy to understand. And the irony is, that works out really well for me. Because the more terrible systems that Blizzard or terribly explained systems that Blizzard adds to their games, honestly, that's money for me, because then I get to make a guide breaking all of that down into easy to understand terms. And if it's a really, really, really important system that everybody needs to engage with, and I have a guide that does a really good job explaining it, well, that's more views for me. So the unfortunate thing is that I actually stand to gain by Blizzard's incompetence, but, you know, despite that, I would rather it just be much easier for everybody to understand. I wish I didn't need to make guides on every new system that they add, and then constantly respond to YouTube comments even further explaining it, because some things are really hard to break down. And then it would be nice also if, when Blizzard publicly states the way that their systems are supposed to work, they, like, follow through on that, like the aforementioned thing with Season 4, where my guide says that after Week 7, everything will be available, because that's what Blizzard said, and then it just isn't, because they didn't do that. So, yeah. Okay, let's quick go back to Tuskar event. You hope I have fishing learns. When you got the first feast on your monk, the second assignment you got was a fishing task. Oh, well, there's a workaround for that, Nizal. I hope I do get the fishing task, because then I can show you what to do if that ever happens. How long do we have on this? 6 minutes? Okay, we should be good. Purchase something from Grassus. Also, the Yes Chef always gives you 1 out of 5 for credit. So we get that. And... crap. Also, if it drops meat, then... somebody grab the meat first. Alright, there we go. 2 out of 5. So you only need to fully complete 2 objectives, and then once you get the 3rd one, you just Yes Chef it and do the turn-in. Alright, tenderize the rubbery fish head. And tot it, boom. Yes, chef, that should be 4 out of 5, yep. Yes, chef. Ah, yes, perfect. Okay, so I already got credit. But, okay, Nizal, so I got the fishing one. Catch an iceback sculpin. I fly out this way. Takes a second. Fly back in, and it resets your objective. Whenever you get a fishing one, even if you have fishing, I should note, always fly out, fly back in. Because for the amount of time that it actually takes to do the fishing ones, it's never worth it. That time it took a while to actually load, but sometimes I've had it, like, kick me out of the event really quickly. Yeah, and there we go. There's a different thing. Now I already got the quest completion, so I don't need to do the rest. Nice, renown 21. I got a tabard, cool. Got Audic hide grips, gloves. That's one of the slots I need. Perfect. Where's that? I didn't open this box. Okay, I got the exact same pair of gloves. Great. Fun. Ah, shit. Oh, the postmaster get. Yeah, I forgot. You need to always open your caches of storms first, because they're unique. So, that is a trinket. It's a pretty terrible trinket. So, I'm actually going to keep Drogbar rocks. But I'll keep this in my bags just for item level. But it does look like it sent it to the... Yeah, sent it to the postmaster. So, it used to just delete any new caches of storms that you got. It seems they fixed that, and now goes to the postmaster. So that's good. And I got, a better trinket. Okay. This I will equip over Drogbar Rocks. And I'm just gonna equip this in both slots just to get credit for the higher item level. But I won't actually use it. You started WoW in Dragonflight Season 4. There's some rather unexplained things without Wowhead in the forums. Yeah, that's just kind of how WoW has been designed for a very long time. It's, I mean, admittedly, there are certain things that I think it is okay for them to assume that people will look it up. And then there are other things that I think they just need to do a better job of explaining in-game. Now, where you draw that line, that's a tough one. But all I know is the amount of things that are left unexplained in the game, it's too much. There are way too many things that just do not get proper explanations, and people need to look it up for themselves. But yeah. Like in Final Fantasy, for instance, most of the basic stuff you have tutorials for, but admittedly, like, Savage Raiding, Extreme Trials, right? The game doesn't really kind of ease you into that. It expects you to kind of figure it out on your own. It shows you how to unlock it, right? But there's no real tutorials for that stuff. Just kind of, you get access to it, and the rest is up to you to figure out. But, and so World of Warcraft, like, getting into mythic raids, that kind of thing, I don't necessarily expect the game to hold your hand with it. And I think to a certain extent, it does an okay job. Ooh. That's actually perfect timing. Farok should be landing. Yeah, Farok should be landing right around the time the feast ends. So, actually, I don't even think I need to stick around the feast, because the only thing that's worth sticking around the feast for is, if you get it up to Legendary and you get Bisquius the Soup Beast, or it's the Feast Beast or whatever his name is. So if you get that guy, that's worth sticking around for, but it's not going to hit Legendary, so I don't need to. I also need to grab any Dream Surge Coalescence I can find to complete that quest, because shaping the Dream Surge gives me a Dream Surge Cradle and a Cache of Dreams. So Cache of Dreams should give me a piece of 480 gear, and this will be another token like the Time Rift one where I can target a specific slot that I want. So whatever I can't fill from all these events, I just buy with that. For instance, you went through the trouble to make the Kazgorian Blacksmith Hammer only to realize it can't repair current gear. Wait, really? It can't? See, I would actually say I think that's an oversight. I think that's just kind of, they forgot to fix it, because it should theoretically be able to. I don't think there's any wording on it that specifies that it can only be Season 1. But yeah, that sucks, because I remember that thing. And yeah, that's... yeah. Now, admittedly, I would actually say that stuff like that Kazgorian Blacksmithing Hammer, that's the kind of thing that I think it is okay for Blizzard to not fully explain, like, how to unlock it, right? And how you craft it yourself, because it's meant to be, like, kind of a rare item. That's the kind of stuff that it's expected in MMOs you're going to look up some things. Like, core systems, how to gear up a character from scratch, you do need to have a little bit better hand-holding to teach people where to go. I think this Season 4 system is just a little bit confusing, which you can clearly see by the fact that my gearing guide has 80,000 views, and it's only been up for 3 months. And every single one of my gearing guides tends to do really well, because the entire system is pretty complicated. So that stuff can be better. But yeah, I think I would actually say that that isn't necessarily Blizzard forgetting to include information. I'm pretty sure that that's just not intended. I think they just forgot to update the item, and yeah, that's unlucky. Alright, so now we can kill the mini-boss. The mini-boss should give a pretty solid piece of gear. I'm gonna grab all the quests, because the mini-boss usually takes a little bit to die. Yeah, he's only just landing. You were called into a meeting right after you posted that Plunderstorm should be a PvP brawl message, so you missed my opinion on that. Oh yeah, I think all I said is I think that sounds like a good idea. Obviously, I would rather it's a permanent game mode, but I would take it being available in any method, right? It just really sucks that there is no real way to access Plunderstorm anymore. But yeah, I'd be fine with that, honestly. Long term, I would like it to be a fully fleshed out permanent mode, but as like a temporary thing, that could definitely be cool. Well, I got a pet. I'm pretty sure that's rare because I don't actually think that I have that on my main account. And I got a Spark. Nice. That's one less thing I'll need to get later on. Slight upgrade there. And I got one of the 3 keys that I need. Cool. Yeah, that's actually really good timing on that boss spawning, because sometimes it can take forever for that guy to pop up, especially during not peak hours like right now. Let's move this stuff. There we go. Wonder what the drop rate on Bullion will be like. Yeah, that'll be interesting to see for sure. Bullion will be super nice for catch-up at this stage. I should probably be able to get a lot of the pieces that I want just by spamming Bullion. Because we can get up to, like, what, 14 now? You know, the other slightly annoying thing is that, apparently, the last Hurrah quest gives you 2 Bullion. And guess who didn't get a chance to do their last Hurrah quest on their main account, because it happened way too early before that was well known about, so... I mean, it's not really a big deal, because, like, at this stage, I don't really need to get Bullion on my main account. I'm still sitting on, like, 8 Bullion, so... Basically, I've been stockpiling the Bullion on my main Brewmaster, just so that any trinkets that I didn't get from raiding, I can buy. So at this point, I'll probably buy, like, Bellorelos and maybe, like, 1 or 2 other things, but I have everything else that I need, so, like, I don't really think I need more, but... Would have been nice, just in case. Or I could get Transmog with it. I'll be honest, though, like, this whole situation is kind of... I don't really know if I'm ever going to care about collecting even remotely ever again, and I already wasn't a big collector. But one of the first things that I thought about when my account got banned is, like, man, all my collections are fucking worthless now. All that time spent, like, collecting appearances and stuff that I can use. If this doesn't get overturned, you know, what was all that for? So, it's just... It's gonna be hard to, like, really motivate myself to collect even when the ban gets overturned. You want to say it's capped at 14? Well, I think this week it's capped at 14, yeah, if that's what you meant. Are there any other events that I haven't done? I guess Super Blooms... Super Blooms are on the hour, so I need to do one of those. But I think that's the last one, right? Because I got my purple bag from Hunts. I did the soup. I did Dragonbane Keep. And what else is there? That's it, right? I think that's it. Yeah, Time Rift is done. Researchers Under Fire is done. I don't know if, like, the Obsidian Citadel quests give anything good. I know that they are scaled up with the other stuff, but I'm pretty sure they all give, like, 460 gear, so if I just keep doing this stuff, it's not worth it. Yeah, no, I basically, I said Super Bloom is the only thing that I still need to do. I was trying to think of anything outside of Super Bloom do I still need. I guess the Emerald Dream World Boss, I could do that too. And of course, that shipment that I literally just looted. 460 cloak. Yeah, I got a better cloak already. Nice. That's an upgrade. Got 2 480 weapons now. Okay. So what do I need to do? I need to loot a suffusion mold, which I basically just need to keep killing these rares. Because... Oh, actually, yeah, for Last Hurrah, I've already completed the objectives. I guess I may as well do the Suffusion Camp quest for more Flight Stones. Won't hurt. And there is a chance that I get, like, a few smaller pieces of gear. And actually, this stuff gives Dream Surge Coalescence, so it is kind of 2 birds, 1 stone. You thought it was permacap? No, no, no. The permacap thing was a mistake. They accidentally forgot to raise the cap, and they said the cap will continue to increase until the launch of War Within. So the cap is 14 because it previously was 12, and then it didn't increase on the week when it should have been 13. And everybody was like, oh, it must be capped at 12, and then Blizzard said, no, that's a mistake. It'll go up to 14, and then it'll continue to go up by 1 as intended. Yeah. How much do I need for Ward of Agira? Okay, so I need 5 of the purple ones to loot a Suffusion mold. And then I only need, yeah, 5 of the yellow ones to loot a smaller Crucible. So I could do that now. You don't read shit? Yeah, I don't blame you. Oh, somebody summoned another one of these things. A Word of Farak. Okay, so when this thing respawns in a few seconds, I can loot it. I can also pick up this. Where's Crystallis? All the way over there. There we go. This is what I'm talking about. Okay. So I do that. Yeah, nice. I get 3 Wards of Farak. That summons a rare mob. And... ooh, that does big damage. I'm getting combat, nice. Now I can loot this, that'll give me credit for the quest. Perfect. I think I need to still loot, like, random boxes to get ingots. Yeah, 3 more suffused ingots for this quest. Alright. Where would that be? Oh yeah, what was my breakdown on that rare mob? Details? Hello? Okay, details is, like, broken right now. I don't know what's wrong with it, so... oh well. I was really curious to see exactly how much damage that, like, lava pot I chucked actually did. I need 1 more. Ah, fuck. There we go. Now... I just need to use the water spout totem. Like, what does this stuff give? Yeah, a few whelp crests. I think that's worth it. For the amount of time that this takes. Where is it? This thing here. Oh, there's like a rapid fire mode. Okay. It's kind of hard to shoot over this stuff. It's 80%. Oh yeah, that house should get me the last 20% I need. Yep, easy. You're probably going Windwalker Monk main and War Within. You quite like the specs so far in pre-patch, and your guild's preliminary roster lacks one. Yeah. If you don't have a monk buff in your guild, that's definitely a good choice. Because, I mean, unless the people making your guild rosters are dumb, which some guilds, that is the case. But if they're smart, it is almost always better to lose like a little bit of damage and bring a monk buff than put in a slightly higher DPS and not have the physical damage buff. Usually. And that's even when Windwalker isn't, like, super high DPS. And right now, in beta, Windwalker's looking pretty good. So. When you go to the Emerald Dream, stop by the AH and upgrade your bags. Yeah, good point. I definitely need to do that. I think I just need to fly around at this point and get Dream Surge Coalescence. Sometimes there's a world quest that gives, like, a nice chunk. I don't really want to do the Imbu world quest for that. Yeah. Thing is, getting Dream Surge Coalescence from the little orbs is really annoying in some zones. It's crazy how, whenever it's up in Waking Shores, it's so easy to farm. There's just a million orbs just floating everywhere. And you can farm so much in a short period of time. And then in every other zone, it is a massive pain. Usually, there's a lot under little ledges like this, or in archways. It's kind of annoying that they are so consistent with the placement that zones that have more natural archways, like Waking Shores, have, like, way more Dream Surge Coalescence just floating in the air. There just really aren't that many. And I'm pretty sure barely anybody's going to actually do the Druids the Flame event, so... not much of a point in doing it that way. Yeah, I'm not going to bother with that. And that's only 415 item level, so it's not even worth. Is that bridge? Yep. So predictable. Come on. Another orb here. Yeah, I passed right through that one, and I did not get credit. There we go. Grabbing it orb by orb is going to be a bit of a pain, considering it's only giving me one per. Which I don't remember it being that stingy. There's a lot here. You wonder if you'll enjoy Brewmaster as well. You think your last experience playing it was accidentally queuing for heroic mob souls in Legion as a tank, not knowing how to play at all and dropping low health all the time. That's kind of how Brewmaster plays a lot of the time. Your health does kind of like drop low, but you're also, outside of Blood DK, you're one of the most durable tanks when at low health. So you can kind of sit there for a little bit and you're fine. And since you mentioned heroic mob souls back in Legion, the interesting thing about Brewmaster in Legion, and I actually really like that part of it, is in Legion, Brewmasters had a passive called Obstinate Determination, where whenever your health would drop below 33%, you would summon a healing sphere. And that playstyle was really fun, because it had no internal cooldown. So a lot of times, Brewmasters, if they hovered around 33% health, and you would just like flicker back and forth, just above 33, just below 33, you could generate an insane amount of healing spheres, and then just rocket yourself back up to full health. So, a good example is like when I was tanking Mythic Kill Jaden, whenever Fell Claws would go out, Fell Claws would just like knock me down back and forth, and my healers were barely keeping me afloat at like low health. And then towards the end of Fell Claws, when it's really hurting, I would slam like a 13 orb Expel Harm and just rocket back up to full health, and then I'd be safe for the end of Fell Claws. It was really fun. Now, like, playing it, it's really spooky, because my health bar during Fell Claws at Mythic KJ, oh my god, I would get absolutely clapped, and it's just seesawing all over the place. But in reality, when you know that you're playing around it, you have so much control over your survivability, it feels really good. And unfortunately, Obstinate Determination was only a thing in Legion, and then they took it away in BFA, and it has yet to come back. Probably because I don't think Blizzard liked that style of gameplay, because, like, I'm pretty sure the intent behind Obstinate Determination was if you drop to, like, a low HP, you get, like, a nice little healing boost. I don't think they expected players to rely on that and routinely summon orbs. Though, realistically, if they just added, like, even if it was like a 30-second internal cooldown, it would still be kind of nice. Though, if it was like a talent, it probably wouldn't compete with much. But like, on a 10-second internal cooldown, that could actually be kind of interesting as a way to boost our self-healing. So, I would kind of like that. Have I heard nothing about my account? A Blizzard developer has expedited my review, but other than that, I've heard nothing. So, at least we know that they have eyes on it, but so far, nothing has actually changed. But there is hope. But of course, until my account is fixed, you bet your ass I'm going to continue to clickbait the shit out of it. Partially because, like, why wouldn't I? But also, until it is fixed, until I know 100% my account is back, I want to make sure that everything possible can get done, because I'm not just going to rely just on the word of the Blizzard employee and say, oh, yeah, okay, well, the issue must clearly be resolved then. I can just go back to not worrying about it at all. Until I am able to play my characters again, the problem is not over. But yeah, it definitely is something. There we go. That's that quest done. Don't world quests also give 10? I think only certain world quests do. Maybe I'm wrong and all world quests give 10 coalescence, but I'm pretty sure they have a chance to give coalescence as a reward. And I checked all the world quests and I didn't see it. Either way, that's a better way to do it. Just because you also get a ton of whelp crests. Like, look at the amount of whelp crests I have now, 143. And even if I don't actually use them, I can upgrade some of them into a few more Drake crests. And I will need a lot of Drake crests to get initial upgrades in some of this gear. So, it all adds up. Are there actually still caps? Yeah, there technically is a season cap still, which is weird, because it's, like, so fucking high. Oh, hey, look. See, yeah, this buff, by the way, Dream Surge Overgrowth, when I said that the RNG was, like, really annoying, this is what I'm talking about, because this gives you every single buff. So, obviously, for anybody leveling, I'll throw that vote in there. For, like, speedruns, I would need to get this, and then chain this into the regular XP buff, and that is just so annoying to do. The odds of getting that, like I said before, you can wait days and it can just not happen. Literal days. I don't really think I'm ever going to need that again, so we'll just toss that. Toss that too. I'll throw the rest of my reagent bank, might as well. And I really hope they've upgraded the item level on this. They have. Okay, nice. And the cape I have is technically better. I'll keep that one just in case, because it's the same upgrade track. I have 100 coalescence, so let's get a Dreambound ring. So that is the largest immediate upgrade. And I'm at 430 now, so that is already a major improvement. We have my Dream Surge Cradle over here. So I can buy a 467 piece at some point. In fact, what are the stats on this stuff? Are there any crit verse pieces? There's crit verse bracers. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and just get bracers here. Because it's good stats, and I already know that's a big upgrade. And the thing is, this isn't 480. So if I get a 480 piece to replace this, I wouldn't even be upset. But at the very least now, that's a big jump in the meantime. And I've replaced most of my other slots. Let's go ahead and I can drop Dream Surge Investigations. Yeah, the next thing I need to do is Super Bloom, which isn't for another 20 minutes. So I can go ahead and turn in the last Hurrah quest. Also, what item level do I need for LFR? Because that's another big one. You need 463, currently 436. Yeah, I got a comment on my gearing guide, like a few days ago, somebody saying that they followed my guide, and they were still like 10 item level short of LFR. Like, what? 463? I mean, I'm basically there, because I have a few pieces massively weighing me down. I'm already basically there, and this stream has been live for almost 2 hours, and that's the entire time I've spent gearing this character. Completely fresh, no external support, right? So, yeah, I really don't know what some people are smoking, if they can't follow, like, a really straightforward guide like that. Alright, yeah, so I got 2 bullion. That, actually, yeah, I could just spend this right now. Belt is, yeah, that's good. Oh, actually, yeah, that's really good. That's one of the slots I needed to replace. Perfect. And all right. Let's fly up here. I forget what quests up here, like what these all do. I'm just going to go ahead and pick all these up in case they're necessary.
We secured the Azure archives.
Renown of the Dragon Isles. There's like so many random quests that it gives you. I bet the streamer cheats on his taxes. Hello, Demo. It's good to see you. One thing that I'm pretty sure they didn't upgrade is I'm fairly certain that the this thing, Storm's Fury, I don't think they ever boosted the item level of that. I'm also pretty sure that Forbidden Reach is still lower item level. For whatever reason, they just never included that in the Season 4 stuff. Kind of strange. Taxes aren't real, yeah. I'm gonna be honest, like, I cannot be fucking bothered to figure out taxes and shit on my own, so when my dad was like, oh yeah, we have this person who does taxes, but it'll cost you like $250, I'm just like, fuck it. Let them take care of it. Like, I am more than willing to pay $250 to not have to fucking worry about that stuff. Just let them deal with it. Especially because, like, doing taxes for YouTube is apparently a massive headache. Like, I remember initially I looked over some of the tax forms and stuff that I would have to fill out, and like, my dad didn't even really know how he would be able to help me. He's like, I've never had to do half of this shit. Because it's some weird stuff where, like, as a YouTuber, you're technically like a private contractor or something. I forget how it works, like, legally. So there's just so much more garbage that you need to fill out. So I'm just like, I do not want to fucking deal with that. I saved you like 20 minutes? How so? How did I save you 20 minutes? Either way, glad to hear I saved you 20 minutes, but what did I do? As far as I know, it doesn't drop gear. You tried it, you didn't get any loot from the Storm's Fury cache? Yeah, it's such a weird event. Oh, Storm's Fury. Oh, nice. Well, yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, it is a very weird event. That entire event was ill-considered, because the funny thing is, when it was initially added to the game for the first time, it served no real purpose. Because they didn't add it with launch. They added it, like, weeks after launch, and the gear was, like, basic start of expansion item level when people were already clearing Vault of the Incarnates. So it was, like, it was basically not real catch-up gear, because nobody would do it for catch-up, because it was a pain in the ass to do, and it gave the same gear as, like, Tuskar Soup, so nobody did it when it came out. The only time that Storm's Fury has ever been relevant is there was a very brief period of time during the Forbidden Reach where the final boss of Storm's Fury gave primordial fragments, and you could just, like, phase hop and keep killing the boss and get infinite primordial fragments. I made a video about it. They of course nerfed it eventually, but basically when stones were very limited and it was hard to actually get stones, scrap them down, and get fragments to upgrade it, that was the best way by far to upgrade all of your gems. So I kind of just stumbled onto that because I was testing it out while making a gearing guide, and I just realized, wait, this gives fragments. That's insane. And then I got to break the news on that, which is always fun. But yeah, I don't think there's anything here that I need to do. What was I doing? Right, I remember what I was doing now. I was gonna go spend my time rift token, because at this stage I have most slots already. Your taxes during college were super complicated, so you yeeted them at a CPA. Now yours are easy enough that you'll do them yourself. Yeah, that's fair. My dad even told me that, like, I should just pay my sister to do my taxes for me, because my sister really likes doing that stuff, but these days she's, like, so busy with her German boyfriend that I didn't really want to bother her with it. What do I want? I guess boots are probably the biggest upgrade. It depends on what the stats are, though. Crit versus chests, but that wouldn't really be much of an upgrade. It's either helmet or boots, but neither one has good stats. Ah, yuck. I guess we'll just go boots. Just take the item level. Fuck it. Gonna replace it at some point anyways. And I could spend my bullion right now, but I guess I should probably do LFR, because, like, let's say if I get an LFR Grief Torch, I would still use the LFR Grief Torch for quite a while. Because even if I buy a Bullion Grief Torch, I'm not going to have the crest to upgrade it past LFR item level anytime soon. So I'll just save that until I have something real to spend it on. You throw mine at a CPA 2, they're likely going to be able to get you tax breaks? Yeah. I wouldn't know how to figure that out on my own. It was the Primalist Fury cache that didn't give any loot? Yeah, that makes sense. You'd go with boots, legs, and helmet or tiers, so you want to replace those anyway? Well, yeah, the helmet, yeah, it's, you know, I'm going to replace any of it regardless. I'll replace boots too. And yeah, legs I definitely could replace too. But, you know, it's temporary item level, so I just picked the biggest item level upgrade. What's this? Renown of the Dragon Isles? The Great Vaults. Okay, so that's just open the Great Vault. Gotcha. And then learning Ingenuity. Can I skip that? I don't think I ever did this on this account, so I don't think I have the skip. Yeah, I would have to do that quest, which, like, why would I ever bother? I guess I could go unlock the Catalyst. I'll have to do that at some point. Buy bags? Yeah, fuck it. We'll do Catalyst later. I'm gonna get bags before I forget. Thank you, Kelly. You're going to bed. You gotta be up in 7 hours. You'll leave the stream on. Thank you. And good night. Sleep well. Yeah, I've got to be up for, like, the pre-patch stuff. But at the very least, I got a decent amount of sleep yesterday, which is obviously why I'm streaming middle of the night, my time, in the first place, but, because of the maintenance, I'll have a good amount of time to take a nap, regardless. 2, 3, 4. And then, reagent bags. Yeah, I'm never gonna replace this, so I may as well just buy the biggest one. It's, like, more expensive, but it is literally the best reagent bag, so why not? And throw that there. Alright, just clear my bags of that. And, yeah, another thing I want to do is just clean up... wrong thing. Where's the bank? Reagent bank, deposit all reagents, okay. When I replace it in War Within if the account recovery doesn't pan out? I mean, in War Within, maybe, but, like... Even if the account recovery doesn't pan out, which, like... Let's not assume that, right? That's a disaster scenario. But even in the full disaster scenario, I'm going to be using this bag for another month, right? And I think a few extra 1,000 gold for a few more bag slots that I'll use for another month is worth it to me. Can I go straight to Emerald Dream? Let me try to just go right into the Emerald Dream. I'm not sure if I can skip. Because I'm pretty sure that I did the introduction questline on this character. Or not on this character, on my account. Because I think when I was getting Firaloth on my main account Death Knight, I had all of my alt accounts use, like, the Ember thing, where, like, if you're in a group with somebody, you get, like, more progress or whatever. I did that, so I should have... that. Just gonna get this stuff. I get a cosmetic thing. Sure, that seems cool. Uh, I know a lot of this stuff gives rewards like those quests, so I'm trying to grab whatever I can. But yeah, let's just move on, because I want to make sure I'm in time for the Super Bloom. Worst case scenario, he's got you, yeah. I didn't want to ask for like this video, because I figure the entire purpose of this video is like, you know, gearing up a character with minimal external support. Basically using whatever I happen to have on this account, but obviously if I was seriously trying to get this character ready for raiding in an emergency scenario, then yeah, I would definitely be willing to accept gold to make that happen, but, you know, that's not really necessary at this point in time. Does it let me enter? No. Okay, I guess that means I do need to complete the intro quest. It's pretty fast, though. Is today's patch fixing Warbound on Equip? Warband Bank, yes. I believe Blizzard has said that'll be fixed in this upcoming patch. The heirlooms being Warbound on Equip, that I don't know. I have no idea when that's being fixed. That one honestly may take them a while to do, it sounds like, so I would not get your hopes up. Especially because that wasn't even on their radar until we made the forum post about it. Like, until I brought attention to that issue, I don't really think anybody was talking about it. And as far as I know, Blizzard's response to that forum post that I think Cadus is the one who made it, I'm pretty sure that's the only actual time they ever addressed it beforehand, so I don't believe that they even knew that it was a problem before that. So it's likely bottom of their priority list. I do really hope that with tomorrow's patch, Chromie time gets fixed, because yeah, if Chromie time doesn't get fixed, that's going to fuck over my leveling testing. Now, we would hope that beta servers are also back up. Like, if leveling servers on the beta are not back up by tomorrow, we've got a serious problem on our hands. It's already bad that this close to release, they've been down for an entire week. But if they're just not accessible, I don't know, man. And it's so funny to see, like, people on the beta forums excusing Blizzard for that and being like, "Oh, you guys just don't understand the beta," right? Like, Narissa, the Wowhead writer, is making a thread basically being like, "Hey, Blizzard, what the hell? Where are the servers?" Narissa, somebody who does testing for this all the time. Like, there are multiple times when I'm doing my testing and I just run into Narissa out in the wild. So, like, we basically do the exact same stuff for that. And she knows full well that it is not normal for the servers to be completely down. And you have random idiots who have never been in beta before trying to, like, tell Narissa that she's complaining for nothing, which is hilarious. But yeah, it is not normal that the servers are just completely inaccessible this close to launch. So something is really broken. How do I do this quest again? Right, I need to grab the flowers. Okay.
Protective mist. These patches could shield us from the flames wherever we need a path into
That-
this dream. They know the way. They do not share our cause.
Oh, is there one back at the start? Oh, you're kidding me.
You told me not to harm their beloved children.
So you ally with these
Can I just fly over it, though? I think you click on the bush, right?
They do not need such insane
There we go. Okay, yeah, so that just gives you credit.
immortality as a living flame.
Sucks for heirlooms, but are Mythic Plus BOEs swapping to Warbound before War Within?
Why can't you ever just
I'm not sure what you're referring to, so that's probably just an issue that I don't even know exists. What problem are you talking about?
stop fretting and follow me? There's something I want you to see.
Those druids have opened portals here. We cannot return the way we came. I will hold off anything that comes through. Dispatch the keeper quickly.
Yo, that's dead. And that should just be, yeah, that's quest credit. I think it's going to tell me to go back to Valdrakken, so that kind of sucks.
Take this whistle. One of my hippogriffs can quickly ferry you back to Valdrakken.
Oh no, that's not a teleport. Oh, it is a teleport. Okay, good, good, good. Wasn't there a quest right next to the portal? I don't believe so. I didn't see any.
The city awaits. So why Farok has been focusing his assault.
Right, yeah, then you have to go to Viranath.
I will find Alexstrasza. You will not stop me.
Valdrakken is under my protection. Guards, back to your
Okay, yeah, I want to spend a handful of flight stones now before I hit cap. Just don't really want to waste anything. Wait, dreaming crests? What? Yeah, it doesn't even let me loot the item. Okay, that's weird. That's, Season 3 crests. I guess... What do I spend it on? Wait, I have a character... Oh! Oh, that's crazy! Wait! The characters I have on Mop Remix give me a Flightstone discount on the live servers. Wait, really? Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, because I definitely don't have 528 shoulders on any character on normal. But this is the account where my sub 30-minute world record character is on. And I actually spent a decent amount of time gearing that up on Mop Remix. That's fucking funny. Well, guess I'll just upgrade that again. I'll upgrade my trinkets to 489. Because then I can upgrade this one for free. Because of the one in my bags. Alright. Perfect. That's a bug. If you close your mailbox and reopen it, maybe delete the mail, it'll resend you a mail with a gray item that you can loot and delete. Yep. Actually, you called it. Alright, that is so strange. Okay, so... What's next? Emerald Summons. Okay, yeah, that's the next quest that I need to do. So the Super Bloom should be starting. The thing is, as long as I get there within the first 5 minutes, I should be able to make it in time. So you run a Mythic Plus dungeon and your chest gives you loot. Is that changing to be a Warband BOE, or have you lied to yourself? No, so, okay, to be clear, not all loot is just going to become Warbound. That's not how the system works. Basically, the way that Blizzard described it, and the way that it seems to be working on, like, in War Within, obviously I haven't done enough testing to confirm, because, like, I've seen stuff like this happen, so I'll give you an example of sometime I saw it happen. When you run content on your main character, you have a chance to get lower item level pieces of gear compared to the content you're running. That will give you, or that'll be like Warbound until equipped. So, a perfect example of when I saw this happen. My guild did the normal raid testing for Narubar Palace on the beta, like, a month ago or so. So we're doing normal difficulty, and after killing one of the bosses, one person on our raid got a LFR quality Warbound until equipped piece of gear. So nobody else got it, it was only him. And yeah, there's Emerald Summons, I think. So only he got that, and that would have allowed him to transfer it to his alt. But it was an LFR piece from normal, and it seemed completely unrelated to, no, I guess it's Call of the Dream that I need to do. Yeah, but so it's completely unrelated to the actual content you're doing in terms of the gear, and it's not like a fixed chance. It's just sometimes you might get a Warbound piece. Maybe this is the quest that you saw, Nizal. If it was there the entire time, I just missed it. Either way, we got it now. Now, the real question is, can I just go and do the Super Bloom right now, or do I need to do the other intro stuff? What am I currently doing on my new account? I am gearing it up. So, at the start of the stream, I was in full leveling gear, basically. Other than messing around with my transmog before the start of the stream, I didn't touch this character at all after finishing the leveling run. So, I leveled this character up to 70 in a stream the other day. That footage is on my main YouTube channel. And then in this video, or well, in this stream, which will later become a video, I am gearing it up. And I started at like 200-something item level. The stream has been going for 2 hours, 20 minutes. And I've already gotten it to 454. So I'd say it's going pretty well, all things considered. Okay, shit. So I can access the Super Bloom, but I can't get the quest from Clarel. And I need the quest from Clarel, so we just gotta speedrun this shit. I think it was just to complete the Prelude event quest? Yeah, possible. Have they fixed this? Is it still really loud? Yep. It's still really loud and completely ignores all of your sound settings. Love it. I wonder if there's... theoretically, there should be enough time for me to do all this, because the Super Bloom usually takes, like, what, 10 minutes? So... Oh, come on, how does that... I think if I coast down here, I can get this last flame. Then we land down by Cenarius. Okay, we got one more vigor back. I'm gonna try to coast in here as long as I possibly can. There we go. Is my account permabanned? Yes, it is wrongly permabanned, but it is a permaban. Obviously, so for anybody who missed the earlier parts of the stream, a Blizzard employee did say that they have expedited my review, so fingers crossed that they get around to it soon. But so far, nothing has been fixed yet. But there is hope. But yeah, that's kind of why it's especially egregious. And that is also, yeah, the one thing, see, the main thing that, like, obviously a permaban is very scary, right? But I was almost glad that it was a permaban and not, like, a temporary ban, right? Because a false permaban is really, really, really fucking bad, right? And there is also no way that anything that I ever did on my account could be considered cheating, like cheat programs, right? So a false permaban for cheat programs, which I know for a fact I've never touched, I'm like, okay, this is 100% wrong. Now, a lot of people have been like, oh, maybe it's like the Mop Remix stuff that you did. And if it was like a temp ban for exploiting or something like that, then I might be a little bit scared. Then I'm like, what, did they really ban me for this? I wouldn't have thought that that would be something that could actually get me banned, but then I would have at least been sweating a little bit. But I've known for a fact that it's bullshit, because the stated thing for the ban is cheat programs, which I've never used. So, in some sense, that has left me a little bit reassured this entire time, but it's still very scary, of course. And frankly, I think none of the stuff that I covered in Mop Remix even is bannable, which is why, obviously, people are going to say whatever the fuck they want to say. People were telling me that I would get banned for all the Mop Remix stuff even before this stuff happens, which is one of the main reasons that I was hesitant to say anything about it, because, like, I'm just adding more fuel to the fire, right? It's just going to give more haters talking points, which is always fun.
Behold the weapons of Shadowflame and your end.
Alright. I think there's only 1 or 2 more quests. If memory serves, I have to wait for Marithra to actually land. But she'll fly up here, I turn in the quest, I kill like 1 mob over there, and then it should unlock. And Spruce Crown is only at the midway point so far. Yeah, so I wait like right here, Marithra lands there. You can get the quest from her next to the Primalist farming spot, you think, even if you didn't do any quests? Gotcha. Yeah. Thanks for the Warbound clarity, but now you have trust issues with yourself. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah. There we go. And just gotta get in touch of death range before Fork Brew expires, and bonk. This should be the last quest. Yeah, I don't need any of those quests. We go. Yes, okay, there we go. Perfect. So that's, yeah, now all the world quests are unlocked. I should be able to now get the thing from Spruce Crown.
Where shall we send our flights and our people to aid you?
Let's see, Vascarn and Salian for this quest.
Such as the Wellspring Temple in the Eye of Ysera. And the druids of the flame have opened the way for them all. I must know.
What did I get from that quest? Nothing really impactful. I think that's just the Dream Seeds tutorial, which I can do that later. I'll go ahead and just pick up Rathian's quest. But I don't need to do that now. Yeah, now we can go to Super Bloom. You're gonna listen to me while I sleep. If I raid someone that screams, I'll hurt you. Well, frankly, I don't even know how to raid yet on Twitch, so don't worry. I won't be doing that for this stream at all. Where is Clarel? All the way back there. Waiting for Spruce Crown. Bitch, Spruce Crown's all the way up there. You're the one falling behind. What do I need for this quest? It's, okay, 50 bloom urns. Yeah, that's easy enough. Let's go ahead and grab some uncontested flowers, because that DK is riding my butt over there. And once I finish getting the 50 bloom contribution words, I could probably go around and plant dream seeds or something. Although, yeah, actually, I have no Emerald Warden's rep on this account, because you don't get that as part of, like, boosts or whatever. So, I need to do... What quest do I need? I know I need the 1,500 rep one. Worthy ally. So Super Bloom should contribute a lot towards that. And I'll go unlock the Dream Seeds up there, because I have like about 5 minutes until I need to go back there for like the very end of it. And I might as well get this tutorial unlocked, because I want to get the Dream Seed Weekly done, where you like plant 5 seeds. And that should give me one more bag of stuff. And there we go. So I can do this, then the world boss I'll definitely want to do, but I'm going to do the world boss after the Super Bloom, because I don't want to potentially have it overlap. Anything that gives a rep for world quests I'll probably want to do. And I can do the profession hand-ins. I think those should be really cheap to fill, and they'll give good rep. I haven't done those in forever, but probably the best way to go about it. Okay, so there's 2 different world quests right now that give rep. I don't remember what this one is, but the other one is a climbing world quest, so that one should be relatively quick. Okay, yeah, just kill mobs for this one. Nice, that was almost all of it. So if I Todd, that should be all I need. I do need to actually click it. Why is the screen shifting as I click it more? God. Buggy user interface. Yeah, that one's going to do the same thing. Right. Last one. I think Spruce Crown is just now reaching the end thing, so I should have about 3 minutes. Right after I do this quest, I'll head over. Just some dewdrops. Fuck. Base planted. I gotta be fast. Dream Seed contributed to an Emerald Bounty. Emerald Frenzy completed to earn Dewdrops. Okay. Yeah, I think that should give me enough Dream Seeds to complete the 5 Seed Weekly. Most likely. And right after the Super Bloom, I can just do the Emerald Frenzy. So it should trigger pretty fast. Forget exactly how long it takes.
Come assist with the rescue mission before it is too late.
Oh, I hit a tree. Oh my god, perfect timing! That actually could not have been more perfectly timed. Right, and then I should get the rewards from the Super Bloom itself, and then the weekly quest. Super Bloom itself, I think, only gives 460, but the weekly should be 480, because everything's boosted, unless it's bugged, which sometimes it is. Okay, I didn't get anything from that. It's not guaranteed. And that should give me... Now, this should give gear, and it should give a crate. Yeah. So I got... Yeah, so that I think that should be 482. Oh, shit, that's already enough. Alright, well that weekly's done then. I already have a much better belt. I got a trinket. This should probably be better than Shikari Huntress, but I'll put this here. Alright, so right now I have 3 Dream Seeds. Let's loot this thing. And that gave me another Dream Seed. So I have 4... I don't need to do the rep world quests anymore. I might get the last Dream Seed that I need out of the bag from the rep. That gave me more rep. And yeah, this stuff is still relatively low item level. So that's not useful at all, even if I could get it. That is 467 necklace. Not amazing, but that is an upgrade. Can I buy Dream Seeds? I'm pretty sure you need, like, max item. Yeah, that's Renown 20, so I cannot do that. Just dump all that stuff. So, okay, I need 1 more Dream Seed, and then I can do the weekly.
You could probably use a little help, huh?
That's the Season 3 Spark, so... I'm just gonna delete that because it's the same icon as the new Spark. So I'm gonna delete that so I don't get confused and, like, accidentally waste Flight Stones on it. Speaking of Flight Stones... Yeah, I still have 200 left before I overcap. Should be fine. So, let's do the world boss, just on the off chance that I get seeds from him. I can't remember if I do or not. There's also... Where's the rare? Oh, it's this thing. Okay, no seeds there. Hibernation Heroes, nice. This time there are actually groups farming for it. And what does he drop? Because I got nothing off the Zaralik boss. Which... Let's see. Could they have given anything good? Those bracers would have actually been quite nice. Honestly, that chest would have been good too. Orostar drops a really crappy necklace, so let's hope we don't get that. Because High Haste is terrible for Brew. Kind of yucky gloves, but at least gloves I could catalyze. And yucky boots, which I don't even want because that's my crafted item slot, so... Yeah, not so great gear from this dude. Gloves would definitely be best because at least that would be a catalyst option. And you have infinite catalyst charges, so... Wouldn't hurt. Also... Ow. Shit, I have threat. Let's just contribute that. On bugs, is there still an existing bug that bothers me the most? Like, how long has it been around? I mean, if you asked me that question before pre-patch, I would say it's the level 61 chromie time thing for sure. The irony is that they fixed the level 61 chromie time thing, but they forgot to make it scale up to 70. So, yeah. I am sure that there is some bug that doesn't come to mind right now that still hasn't been fixed. But off the top of my head, I can't really think of anything. Mostly because those leveling... those leveling bugs were the main thing that annoyed me for the longest time. And they are thankfully finally fixed. Did I... Man, I got no loot off any of the world bosses. So, speaking of which, I mentioned in my third channel video, which I don't know where I'm going to upload this. It might be on the third channel. But I have a video about pre-raid gearing in the War Within being problematic. And one of the biggest things is that world boss loot, as far as the stuff that you can get from one-time sources out of raids, it's actually pretty good. And the only other reliable source is Mythic Plus. So with Mythic Plus not being available on pre-Mythic Week in War Within, world boss loot RNG is going to make a massive difference for some people. Which is why I'm planning on getting, like, a ton of different monks to just keep re-rolling. Nice. Well, that's a better necklace. Okay, so that is 1 out of 5 seeds, right? And I got... Yeah, so I got another dream seed off killing the world boss. Okay, so that's all I need then. So now... Now we just fly around and look for active dream seeds. We'll farm M0 Tour every day. Doesn't matter. Oh, can I get this? Oh, it's only 3 dream seeds now. I thought it was 5. Alright, well... yeah. Obviously, you'll farm M0 Tour every day. Like, for sure. Boometer, that is absolutely something you'll do. But 2 reasons why that's not a proper counterpoint, right? For one, the amount of gear that you have on day 1 of the raid will matter a lot. Because, I mean, I don't know about your raid team, right? I'm sure for Race the World First Raiders, it probably won't matter that much. Because, yeah, they'll be doing that, M0 Tour every day. And they're going to be raiding 24/7 the entire week. So, I doubt they give a shit. But... for the vast majority of people, you're only going to raid 2 to 3 days on the week. And statistically speaking, most raid teams raid on either Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, or some combination of those. My guild is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. One of the nice things is my raids are midnight to 3 a.m., so we're going to have a lot of time, even on day 1, to do farming before raid, which will be nice. But that's the thing. Right? If let's say your raid team is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, before raid on Tuesday, if you raid at like 8 p.m. or something, the servers are fucked on the day of the patch launch, because they always are. You don't have that much time to actually do your farming. You don't really get that many Mythic Zeros done. So your entire raid team walks into normal Narubar Palace. And obviously you kill the early bosses because they're probably going to be undertuned, but then you hit a wall midway through the raid. And one of the biggest issues is that your gear going into Heroic Week is going to be significantly lower. So unless you have like work off the day of raid release, and you have time to just slam your face into infinitely farmable gearing sources before setting foot into that first day of normal, you're going to be walking in way lower item level than we have every single expansion prior, unless you did all of the degenerate pre-raid gearing things that I discussed in my video, and that I will of course be making a gearing guide for. But a lot of people won't want to do that. For the average player, you will be at a lower item level. And in most guilds that are not like super hardcore, you are now going to struggle way more on that first day of raiding. And you'll basically, most likely, waste your first day of raid. And then, of course, after raid, a lot of people are going to go, they're going to do their M0s. Then, of course, the Wednesday reset will roll around. I'm talking from a North American perspective, right? So our raids come out Tuesday, then Wednesday reset. So Wednesday reset rolls around, you get another day of M0s, and then by that point, anybody who is taking themselves even remotely seriously and hasn't had time to farm on Tuesday because of work or servers or whatever, they're going to be spamming all this stuff, and they will have a baseline of Mythic Zero gear. That's great. Correction, they will have a baseline of Heroic Dungeon gear, the old Mythic Zero gear, and they should have at least a few different pieces from M0. Cool. But M0 gear is still inherently random. I mean, how many times have you done a bunch of M0 dungeons on the start of an expansion and got an absolutely fuck all? You get like 3 capes or something. So even if it is a daily lockout, that lowers the RNG a little bit,
but there is still a chance that you get completely shafted, and the world bosses, which the world bosses relative to M0 is still significantly higher. It's on another upgrade track higher. So it's notably better. If you don't get anything off that, you are now one gear slot at the very least permanently behind everybody else until Mythic Plus is available the following week. And if every single person in your raid gets shafted on the world boss and on Mythic 0 loot, then even going into your Wednesday raid, you're going to have mostly shit item level across your raid team. And it's a compounding effect, right? The worse gear you have, the less bosses you're able to kill in normal and heroic Nurubar Palace, the less additional gear that you get to progress further into the raid. And then on the week of Mythic Plus, not only you're starting off on a back foot in terms of raid progression, but you also have way more Mythic Plus gearing that you now need to do instead of already pushing into the higher level keys and grinding that in preparation for raid. So that initial, because world bosses take like literally 3 minutes, right? Tops to kill. That like 3-minute difference of getting a raid quality piece of gear and not will make a massive difference in terms of how much you're able to get early on in raid week, among other M0 stuff. So that's why I might get like 10 monks or something. I technically already have a bunch of monks ready, so I might level even more and just delete some of the characters I never play. And then I'm going to run all of those monks through the world boss, because that takes like only a few minutes, right? And effectively, I'm going to be filtering it out. So I run them all through the world boss. Any monks that don't get a piece from the world boss, they're like put on the bench for now. And then we take all the monks that have done the world bosses, and then, okay, which Mythic 0 dungeon gives me the best piece of gear? Maybe like one of the M0 dungeons, there's like a really broken trinket that this is like 50% better for your spec than anything else. Well, that is also really impactful. And the difference between having that or not entering the raid could make a huge difference. And this is not hyperbole here. That has happened many times. Think Algathar Puzzle Box and Dragonflight. How many specs was Algathar Puzzle Box so broken for that even after the season ended, so many people were using it to the point where Blizzard had to retroactively nerf it so that people would start using Season 2 items? Countless times that is the case, right? So you go through the world boss, the characters that get the world boss, you use those, you run the really important M0 dungeons, and then ideally, if you do it enough times, one of your characters should theoretically get loot off the world boss and get the really broken trinket that you need. And then at that point, hopefully the rest of your RNG balances out, but at least the really like specific things that you need that are irreplaceable, the high item level piece from world bosses and the really good trinket that you can only get off that M0 dungeon, those you're good with. And then, mind you, what if that trinket is from a dungeon that isn't in the Mythic Plus pool? Because a lot of times that is the case. A great example, right? Think back to start of Dragonflight dungeons, Time Breaching Talon. There were multiple specs that Season 1 of Dragonflight, when this was not in the Mythic Plus pool, and M0 Time Breaching Talon was their best in slot trinket. It was just that good. So I know one of my friends who played Mage needed to, Boomer just said needed to get the Oldemon trinket. Yeah, literally one step ahead of you there. Exactly. So perfect. You know exactly what I'm talking about there. Yeah, I had a Mage friend who was in the exact same boat. He needed to farm Time Breaching Talon. So if you are in, like, at the very least, if your trinket, like in the case of Algathar, you could theoretically farm a heroic Algathar trinket. Obviously, the Mythic one was better, but the way that it's gonna work now in whatchamacallit, in War Within is heroic dungeons are going to be the Mythic Plus dungeons. So the random like heroic dungeon finder that you can spam infinitely will include the 4 Mythic Plus dungeons. And that also means that there's a good chance that when Season 1 launches, there may be like what are the dungeons again? I'm blanking. Siege of Borealis, I don't know. I can just Google this shit. War Within Season 1 Mythic Plus
All right. It's difficult to find a really clean spot to cut off this rant, but I'm going to cut myself off here because I literally go on about this for an hour. And while I do think it's an interesting topic, it's a little bit outside the scope of gearing. And like I said, it's very difficult to find an exact spot where like the rant about pre-raid gearing ends, and then it spirals off into this whole other thing about like trinkets and stuff like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut out this section of the stream, just isolate the entire section about pre-raid gearing and stuff. I'm going to put that recording on my third channel, Harlan Stream Archive. I'll include a link in the description. So if you want to watch like the next hour of the stream recording, you can go ahead and check that out. But for this particular recording, I'm just going to cut out this bit and then skip ahead to whenever we resume gearing. Because like I said, I quite literally spend an entire hour ranting about this subject. And it's just a little bit too off topic for the purposes of this video. Does this give anything good? No. And actually, I'm at flight stone cap, so I need to spend some stuff. How's my gear looking? So I'm at 460 overall. I can't enter LFR just yet, but I can upgrade that trinket a little bit. So I'm 461 in bags. Right now, I have a few pieces of gear that I really need to replace. It's mostly just helmet and pants. If I replace helmet and pants, then we're good to go. And I can probably queue for LFR, and that would be the next step. So let's see, are there any like easy things that I could do to get gear? I think right now nothing jumps to mind. So referring back to my gearing guide, once you've exhausted all of your sources of 480 gear, you do Dream Surges. So that is what I will do. I'll go to Dream Surges. I will just fly around Azerspan and just do this stuff to get Coalescence. And how much do I have? I can check my bags. I only have 3 right now. But yeah, if I get enough for 2 more pieces, then that should be an upgrade. And I'm going to get a lot of Whelp Crusts from this, so that's pretty good. Harlan, saw your video, stopping by to say hi. Hope everything gets cleared up. Love your videos. Good luck. Thank you so much. I appreciate you swinging by. I also hope it gets cleared up. There is some good news. I'm not going to, like, make a big announcement about it yet, right? Because we don't know. But a Blizzard developer did say they're expediting my ticket for review. So, fingers crossed. But nothing has actually changed on my end yet, so the account is still banned. I've not actually received a response. They did get back to me like relatively late in the day. So my best guess is that they pushed the ticket like towards the end of their workday, and hopefully tomorrow support will be able to take a look at it. But if by the end of tomorrow it's still not fixed, then I'm going to start to be a little bit worried. And then I'll probably start making more noise about it. But, you know, it is some good news. There we go. This place actually is a pretty good spot for farming Coalescence. There's a lot of these little orbs just floating around. Normally I only farm this stuff when it's available in Waking Shore. But obviously want to get this stuff done now. Also, because everything's awakened, I could technically do every single LFR wing. I don't know if I really have time to do that right now. So I think I should focus on specifically the LFR wings that give me good stuff. These little plants are also a good way to get Coalescence. So I'll probably do like the Diurna wing to get a chance at Grief Torch. Of course, there's a chance that I just queue into LFR Razagath, which is just a hard pass. LFR Razagath, that fight is just, like, impossible to do with random people in LFR. It is not fun. But, what else? So what trinkets would I want? I would take Sarkareth. Sarkareth has Voice of the Silent Star. There's a Beacon. Beacon's not bad. Let's double check. Jog my memory. What other good trinkets could I get from Raid? There's also, yeah, a bunch of coalescence over this way. Yeah, Grief Torch, obviously. It's a shame, because Spiteful Storm off Razageth, yeah, it is good, but... Technically Bomb Dispenser, but I really don't want to use Bomb Dispenser. Bandolier, yes, so a Gira Wing would actually be pretty good. It's another one that's, like, passable for now. I'd want to try to get as much as I possibly could from LFR, that way I can make sure that I'm spending my dinar, or, bullion wisely. I'm not seeing any more coalescence around here. Let's go check out this area. I'm to 46 now. Could actually, I think I could put this somewhere. No, you can't put that item on your bar. What else would I want for, like, AoE? I guess Storm Eater's Boon. Alifar Dathia is not the hardest thing ever. Oh yeah, right, Enduring Dreadplate. I kind of want that. So, Kazara is definitely an easy one. Ah, I missed that. What else? Kurog Trinket could be nice. Yeah, I think... Definitely the Trinket ones are what I should focus on. Oh yeah, Rashok for Digiroon. I definitely want to try for that. I won't bother with the other weapons. Digiroon and Trinkets I think I should focus on. Because, like, tier sets, with the amount of catalyst charges I have now, I don't really need to worry about that whatsoever. And... any coalescence? Nope, none around there. None in that tree stump. A lot of times those little plants are in tree stumps or like little secluded spots. It's a good place to poke around looking for them. The Waking Dream Portals give some, but for the amount of time it takes to clear out the mobs, I usually find it to not be worth it. It also, I don't really think gives a good return on Whelpling Crests. Because getting... Getting 2 crests per little green orb... That's pretty good, overall. And, obviously, while getting pieces of gear will help, another way that I, of course, could hit the item level threshold is just upgrading my stuff. So, push comes to shove, I can do that too. That's... Are there any in this tower? No. And nobody does, like, the big portal events anymore, so... Trying to think, is there anything else that I could do to potentially get a bit of additional gear before I set foot into Mythic Zero dungeons? I'd rather do LFR first, because at this point I don't think I'm equipped to do M0s. Unless I were to, like, spam Heroic dungeons at this stage, but I don't really think that would be worth my time. Ooh. Alright, this is actually a pretty good coalescent spot. Didn't realize there were so many in this section. How many am I up to now? 91. Okay, we're almost up to 1 piece of gear. Frankly, that just might be enough, because I'm at 460, I need 463. So replacing a single item is, I think, all I would need to actually get the rest. And probably loot this without getting in combat. There's another one back here. Alright, 3 more coalescence. See if I can't find another plant to, the rest. Seems like there's a lot in this area. I'm not seeing anything. But there should be coalescence orbs, yeah. Bunch around this way, and then there's a lot of little spots in these ruins for orbs to spawn.
Feel free to play with the beasts. They won't bite much.
Alright, there we go. One right here. And there should be one at the top of that big tower. I'm just checking to see if there's any plants along the grounds. Oh, there's also... Yeah, I'm like completely out of vigor at this point. Where's the one that I saw? There we go. Okay, so I have 122. I think at this point I should head back, buy the piece of gear that I want, and we'll just see if that's enough. And then if I really just don't get anything by doing LFR, I can always come back later and just buy the other one. I will kind of cut a path through this section as I go, though, because I know that this has a lot of orbs. Yeah, and then there's this plant. I think at this point, I'm actually going to switch flying styles and just do static flight for the rest. Let my vigor recharge a little bit. Okay, so one here. Also, I completely forgot to fix the dehumidifier earlier when it shut off. And now I'm remembering that because it is starting to just get really fucking humid. So, give me a moment. There we go. I always hate when it shuts off while I'm in the middle of doing something because I always forget to fix it. And then, well, exactly what happened right now happens, where hours later I'm suddenly like, God, why is it like sweltering in here? And it's like, oh, it's because the dehumidifier turned off. Fun stuff. Alright. I think I should probably have enough vigor by now. Hold on, I'm gonna see if this trick works. Okay. I think you need to be in dynamic flight. So there's something that people have been telling me about that can allow you to switch on the fly. So I can dismount, go into Zen flight, and then if I mount up, okay, they may have fixed it. I might be doing it wrong. But apparently there's like a way that you can use Zen flight and like mounting up in midair to switch between static flight without having to do the cast time. But again, it might just be that they fixed it because it doesn't seem like it was actually intended. Yeah, I'm not seeing a whole lot of orbs over here, so... there are two. Here. Any others that I could grab while I'm around here? No. Okay, it's this vendor. It's Celestine. So, what do I need to replace? 343, 343 is exactly the same. So, I have no idea what the stats on these things are, so we'll just buy one. And this is crit haste. Not amazing, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, yeah, so I already have enough item level to queue for LFR, and actually I'm just going to go ahead and do that. Because that is the next step. So, do I need anything off Farok? I guess I'll queue for Farok purely because I'm sure so many people are running it for Fearloth that it'll probably be relatively easy. Incarnate's Wake is probably pretty easy. Oh no, but it's Tindril too. Yeah, whatever. You've returned from your coffee run, got a peppermint mocha latte, and it's fire. Nice. Yeah, I need to make coffee again soon. If I'm gonna stay up any longer, I definitely need more. Volcaros and Laradar. Volcaros drops a decent necklace, I suppose. Council of Dreams and Nimue. I don't think I need anything off those. Definitely Kazara Wing. Definitely Rashok Wing. Magmarax, Echo of Neltharion. I don't think I need anything off those two bosses. Sarkareth Wing. Grief Torch Wing. Aranog drops the ring. I am queued for too many instances. Alright. I guess we are not doing that right now. Let's spend some Flight Stones. Hopefully between all of the ones that I've queued for, one of them pops eventually. Let's see here. You're taking it personally from Blizz if your Farok LFR pops first, you're 20 minutes in tank queue. Oh, damn. Well, that's not encouraging. If it's that long of a queue. Damn. Shit. I didn't think it would take that long. Yeah, and I can't do any of that. I can't trade up crests until I have replaced every single slot that could potentially use Whelp crests, so... Oh, shit, I guess, yeah, I don't really want to catalyze any of my pieces just yet. I'd like to use one catalyst charge before the weekly reset, just so it gives me another, because there is a cap on how many you can store. So that way we would just get at least one out of the way. But I want to make sure that I'm upgrading at least, like, a champion item. And I don't think LFR gives any. Awakens, Raid Finder. I think, yeah, the highest it goes is Veteran. I guess unless it's a very rare piece, but that wouldn't really apply. Well, I guess while I'm at it, I may as well just keep farming Coalescence. Because if the queue times are going to be really long, can't hurt. Nice. Oh, of course it's fucking Razageth Wing. Oh, please tell me this is not an in-progress Razageth LFR, and I'm gonna have to join in here and be in fucking hell. Ah, please, 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 please. I really hope that's not the case. This LFR's acted funny though. Twice your Q was 3 healers short of popping and it would reset to 1 tank and 0 others. Yeah, the LFR Q display thing is always a bit funky. Please be still on Diurna. Please don't be already on Razageth. Please don't be on Razageth. Oh, thank God. Okay. I can work with this. Oh. I'm not doing fucking LFR Razageth, though. I have standards. Doing LFR Razageth is just like asking to piss away 1 hour of your free time on nothing. The only time when Razageth is ever worth doing on LFR is if you join an in-progress Razageth group and they have, like, 4 stacks of determination. Because at that point, as long as you explain the mechanics and, like, 1/3 of the raid gets it, you can just kind of brute force the fight. Really, it's like, if 5 to 10 people make it to phase 3, the boss is dead. And assuming those 5 to 10 people know what they're doing and have decent gear. But getting to that point it's a nightmare on Razageth. And I suffered through that. I suffered through 5 wipes in a row. We finally got it. Just because I really wanted to try and get a tier token. Because at the start of Season 4, my RNG with tier pieces was really bad. It didn't really matter because my tier didn't change. Like, I still had the same Amir Drasil 4 bonus, or 4 set bonus on Brewmaster, but it still sucked that I had to use... Because, like, the other issue, right, is you couldn't use, like, 2-piece Season 4 and 2-piece Amir Drasil tier. You had to use all 4 pieces from the new tier bonus. So I was using 4 pieces of Season 3 tier on my Brewmaster for, like, almost a month into the new season. It took a really fucking long time. And I ended up paying someone in an LFR 200,000 gold for a tier token. Just because I was that fucking desperate. Actually, no, I think the 200,000 gold was for a trinket. The tier token was only 50k, I think. At the very least, Diurna's an annoying boss, but on LFR, like, a lot of the frustration of it is kind of automated. It's very hard to fuck up. It's usually like a shit show, but you can kind of brute force the shit show. Whereas the biggest issue with Razageth, which, like, I feel like there are certain fights in LFR that they need to take the extra step to design a way for people to be able to foolproof do it. Because having, like, insta-kill mechanics with tight positional requirements, or, like, very specific binary checks, just do not work in an LFR setting. You're going to have people who just do not listen. Razageth, if you get knocked off the platform, you're just dead. It's a one-shot. It doesn't matter how good your group is. If people don't know where to stand, they will get fucked. So, it's the same thing with, like, N'Zoth LFR, and allowing people to queue for it without having their cloak. If they queue for it and they immediately go insane, they're just going to grief the raid. That one was really easy on Blizzard's part. The fact they allowed people to queue for a boss that required the legendary cloak to not die, and they didn't check to see if you had the legendary cloak, that was a bit of an oof, but... Alright, come on. Everybody's just dilly-dallying. Yeah, so, like, obviously... want to make sure that the egg sets are done correctly. Now, the other tank should go ahead and help with killing the ads, but yeah. I don't know if I can get the laser over here in time. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it despawns. The eggs on LFR are so spread out that, like, can't really do much. We've already hit the damage cap on her without killing more eggs, so... That's... Yep, both eggs down. But yeah, since you can use the staff multiple times, as long as you know how to do the Diurna egg break, it's not a very hard fight. I have no idea why he's taunting. He should be doing the ads. Oh well. I'm going to just taunt back and hope that he goes and does that. But, you know, I don't really expect him to understand. Alright, we got those eggs. I guess some DPS out there just face-tanking the ads. If it works, it works. Check a Black Ox statue there. Alright, both those eggs are taken care of. Let's do this one first. Technically, I probably should have gotten those 2 eggs, but I want to make sure the boss is further away from the ads so they're not healing. I have no idea if the ads healing is a thing in LFR. I can't remember, so I'm just going to play it safe. I'm going to take back the boss. Did Blizzard get back to you? Yes and no. A Blizzard dev told me that they expedited my ticket, but nothing has actually happened yet, so... So far, nothing meaningful has occurred, but at least they are aware of it. It's better than nothing. Nobody else is doing that one? Okay, somebody got it. If any of the ads spawn nearby, I could drop another... Oh no, it's across the room. Yeah, Black Ox statue at least buys us a little bit of time. I love having this back, by the way. That's like... So, I really like a lot of the changes for Brewmaster and War Within. A lot of them are very subtle, right? Like, one of the biggest things is Brewmaster's losing buttons, which is a good thing. Brewmaster no longer has a White Tiger statue or Bone Dust Brew. And both of those were just completely worthless buttons that felt awful to press. So I'm just glad they're gone. They added absolutely nothing to the Brewmaster playstyle. They were just generic filler CDs that added more clutter to your opening burst rotation. So them being gone is fantastic. And some of our other talents have been streamlined a little bit. I really like the hero talents, so that's good. But also... being able to take Summon Black Ox statue again is really good, because technically, it has been a talent in Dragonflight, but no Brewmaster who knows what they're doing has really ever been able to take this, because it's in such an awkward spot in the tree that you have to give up so much good stuff to actually run Black Ox statue. And now, with the War Within changes, it's so much easier to actually take Black Ox statue, so... pretty much everybody will be running it again, which is great. And I really like having Black Ox statue. It's nice utility to have, but it's always like a utility that has never been mandatory. Also, nice bullion. Off the first boss that I killed, so that's good. Socketed bracers. Lost the roll. And I am out of here. Fuck LFR Razaka. I wonder if that kicks me out of the rest of my queues. I hope not. Nope, it doesn't. Alright, cool. So that means I can queue for Aranog. And I believe Discarded Works is Kazara Wing. That should be Kazara, Amalg, Forgotten. Obviously, I mostly need Kazara. I need to make sure I change my loot spec accordingly. Yeah, Pocket Anvil's not bad. It's bad for Brewmaster, but if I end up playing Windwalker at all, it could be nice to have. So, I guess I'll just do the entirety of the swing. Also a tier token chance at the end. So. Definitely can't hurt. And I still mostly, I need to get a helmet, but we'll see. Oh shit. I should be able to survive this. I think fine. Just give them a little bump. Interrupt their casts. Okay, I don't think we need to kill the Siege Master. Pretty sure the Siege Master dies, but of course these guys... Please, oh please, no, do not pull more mobs. One of the worst parts... Oh, that fucking Death Knight is gonna pull extra. Please don't. And sometimes if you drag it too far away, it doesn't get killed by Kazara. There we go. And the moment most people are in here. Yeah, there's 2 people AFK at the entrance. I'm just pulling. Ow. Okay, I need to set my loot spec to Brewmaster, yeah. I guess it's a good thing that Grief Torch didn't drop, because I don't think I would have been able to need on it if it had, because my loot spec was set to Brew before, not to Windwalker. In fact, actually, yeah, I should probably just go ahead and buy a Grief Torch with my bullion, because I definitely am going to do that at some point. That is a no-brainer. And if I didn't get it off this week's LFR, there's no point in just waiting for next week. I know I'm gonna get it eventually, may as well. Cloak. Black Dragon Scale, it's not bad. But yeah, there's like no chance I'm getting it anyway. Most of this stuff is a long shot, right? Getting gear in LFR is definitely not... It's not like the most realistic thing ever, but it's worth trying to do just because obviously now you're also getting bullion, right? But you get a bunch of flight stones, you get a bunch of crests, even if it is whelpling crests. You can trade those up. And at least in this case, I need bullion somehow, right? So I'm just going to do it effectively until I hit my bullion cap. If I get gear, cool. If I don't, whatever. And then I buy good pieces with bullion. Whatever I didn't happen to get from LFR. And then we could do M0s. And I'm not going to worry about crafted gear right now. Getting a handful of upgrades should be good. Well, that guy got a BOE. Tag all of them. Alright, my frames are going to die here. Oh, goodness. And the damage amp is only on heroic, so on LFR normal you just can stack these guys. Everybody should be here. They're gonna feign death reset. They lusted trash. LFR? Yeah, I don't really think we're going to get a hunter in here that actually knows how to do reset. That is like a long shot. I'm just gonna fucking YOLO easy boss anyway. I am really curious to see how the leveling turns out for pre-patch events. Honestly, I'll probably only mess around with the pre-patch events like a teensy bit on this character. And this is obviously the one that I'll use to test it, which is one of the main reasons why I'm doing this now, because if my character had literally nothing done, I wouldn't really be able to mess around with the pre-patch event. Fuck, that reminds me, I need to do the Harbinger questline on this character so that I can actually start the pre-patch stuff. I'll have to do that. I'll do that in between LFR queues. How much Dream Search Coalescence did I get? 79. That's actually pretty close. So after this LFR, assuming it does an instant Q pop, which could actually happen, then I will get my next piece of gear, like the last bit of Coalescence I need. And then after that, in between LFRs, we'll do the Harbinger questline. That way I'm ready to go. And then once I get like a bit of testing done for the questline, or like the event later today, I think I'm gonna just make a level 10 and see how efficient the entire process is. Well, those are pants. That actually would be an upgrade. Yeah, don't win it though. I think I got 2 bullion off that boss. Sheesh. Did I get any bullion? I'm not seeing anything. I did get one of my sparks off that though. I'm up to 3 bullion now, yeah. So it's just the 2 that I got earlier and then the Kazara bullion that I got. You know, I just realized it has been a few hours since I've actually read YouTube comments, so I'm sure there's going to be some gems there, because there's always some. Yep, alright, well, it's nothing to do with the ban, but... Well, yeah. This one person just says, if they banned you once for detecting something, what would stop them from doing it straight away? Well, exactly my fucking point. This guy doesn't really seem to understand how the ban system works. I think he seems genuinely confused, though, so it's not somebody actually leaving a hate comment. Another classic idiotic comments from somebody replying on the sub 30-minute speedrun. So it really took you 13 weeks and 30 minutes. Great job. And let's get the fuck out of here. Love idiotic comments like that. Like, wow, you're so smart. Yes. Congratulations. Every single person that has ever gotten a speedrun. Oh, you practiced the speedrun for, like, months, years? In many cases? Well, you know, you didn't really speedrun it in, like, however fast it is. Like, how fast does Mario get done? You know, the speedrun for Mario should actually be like 20 plus years because that's how long people have been fucking practicing. Actually, just the most idiotic shit ever. And unfortunately, that's an opinion that many people have. You know? Another comment just leaving support for the ban. Everyone knows how bad Blizzard is shit-ass company. Can't expect their games to be any better over the years. That's, definitely one way to describe it. Yeah, I guess it's early in the morning, so not that many other comments, at least on the main YouTube channel. But then the real gems will probably be on the second channel. YouTube brought me here, that bites. Have you tried calling Blizzard? The sweet summer child thinks that Blizzard's phone support is still a thing. They shut that off years ago. They haven't had phone support for many years. Easy solution, never play a Blizzard game again. That is definitely one solution. Hope you get it back, brother. I love your content, and I hope for the best possible outcome. Wow, there's actually surprisingly mostly positive comments this time. Out of curiosity, have you tried to reach out to any other content creators? Some of them have direct paths to communicate with Blizzard. Not content creators per se, but some of my friends have Blizzard contacts, and they've all reached out. Very same issue in Call of Duty. They will shadow ban or permaban for no reason while leaving hackers alone. Well, I don't know much about Call of Duty, but that would not surprise me. Yeah, that seems to be it. Actually, aside from that one idiotic comment, which wasn't even on the ban thing, it was on the sub 30 speedrun, mostly positive comments in the past few hours. So that's actually a pretty welcoming sign. The queue did eventually pop, even though it doesn't affect your grind, so I'm glad to hear it, yeah. Usually the first queue takes the longest. A lot of the ones after are pretty fast. Wow. Oathstone. There's 2 Oath Stones that dropped. Damn. Oh, well, I'm winning the roll on one of them. That could be nice. Though, 94... Oh, yeah, somebody tied me. We'll see. Unfortunately, a lot of people just like to wait out the timer, because, you know, they're assholes. We'll see. It is super annoying how people can just... Like, they need to shorten the time to roll on stuff. Oh, nice, I did win it. Hey! I won the 50-50. Good morning. Have you tried sending them a letter in the mail? Yeah. Let's see. This thing's actually pretty solid. So far, that is not a bad thing to pull. Just, or Fury of Giants, yeah, so this is Rashok. There is an item upgrade person here. And I'm Captain Flightstones, perfect. So I can do that. And what do I get by default? Oh, so the default one is just all seconders. That's fine. Obviously, if I was using this more frequently, I would want to get crit or verse, but all secondaries is definitely passable. Oh my god. These gigantic pulls are murdering my frames. Okay, so this is the mob that's healing. Let's kick that. You might tank main for War Within, but your tanks all probably need item level tune-ups. Suggested item level to start the new X-Pack. I mean, it really depends. There's no, like, right item level to start. You could go in at, like, 480, which you get from the pre-patch, and that'll be fine. Right? Anything below 480, I guess, is, like, you know, probably not ideal. But at the same time, it's like... I guess, how do I answer that question? The obvious answer to that question is, like, as high as possible. Duh. But there is no, like, set level where it's like, if you are not past this item level, you're gonna have a bad time. I guess 480 would kind of be that. But the thing about 480 is, like, there are definitely ways to get better gear than 480. If all you care about is you want to have a bunch of different characters geared up to a reasonable extent so that leveling won't feel bad, then I guess 480, and you can just do the pre-patch event and get, like, easy 480 pieces that way. And then if, like, supplement it maybe with a really easy, like, world events. So do Tuskar Soup or something every single week, and that way you can get your weekly cash for bullion, and you can get a few 480 pieces instead of having to farm the pre-patch. Because obviously, while you can farm full 480 gear from the pre-patch, it appears that it's going to be a bit of a grind, especially at this stage when it's only every 90 minutes instead of every 30 minutes, so do keep that in mind. But I would say, generally speaking, you probably want to focus on 1 to 2 characters and get them, like, as beefed up as possible, because another thing to consider, if it's anything like Dragonflight, and I think that it will be in that regard, is a lot of early profession items are really high item level. And obviously for your first, like, 1 to 2 characters on launch day, most people won't have enough of those profession items crafted to the point where you're going to be able to use them on your main characters. They'll be like exorbitantly expensive, and then by like the end of the first 24 hours, when tons of people get around to leveling their profs, those items will be flooding the market, and you'll be able to get like really, really high item level pieces super easily. Like in Dragonflight, Mythic Shadowlands gear at the very end in Faded was around 318 item level. And you can get multiple 318 pieces from entry-level crafting gear. So basically any time that you spent gearing those like third to fifth alts onwards, effectively, is kind of wasted in a lot of those slots because you can just get crafted pieces. So why bother? I think another thing is like the easiest way to get gear is effectively doing what I'm doing now. Getting a baseline set of mostly 480 pieces, and then running LFR to potentially get other upgrades, and then get your bullion. And then at the very least, you'll be able to use your bullion to target like the really good trinkets that you want. Again, that's what I'm doing here. Now I will... Effectively, I'll continue gearing this character until Blizzard fixes my account. So, I'm hoping that I don't need to go super far in this character, right? Ideally, I do the pre-patch event later today, I get it a little bit more gear, and then Blizzard fucking fixes my account, and we can just, you know, go back to having my full 528 Brewmaster. But we'll see. Honestly, though, there's probably a good chance that I will also, once my account gets fixed, I'll probably move this character over to my main account, because as I got done saying earlier with how pre-raid gearing's gonna work, I'm gonna need a lot of monks. So having like a semi-geared monk already set to go for leveling in War Within, that will save me a bit of time, and then I won't need to like level another one in Remix. Yeah, everybody's here who isn't AFK at the entrance, so... Boat kick. Boat kick, AFK. Aren't account transfers disabled after pre-patch? Oh, is that a thing? Can you not account transfer anymore? If so, fuck. Never mind. Well, I guess it's not a big deal. I think you're actually right, though. I do recall that they did actually just change that. If so, oh well. WoW account transfer. There's a post. With the launch of the War Within, we'll disabling paid character transfer services for transfers between Battle.net accounts. Service will still be usable between realms and between World of Warcraft accounts within a single Battle.net account. Ah, okay. Transfers between Battle.net accounts will not be available after the pre-expansion update has gone live. Okay, so you are correct, but there is like the asterisk that while this character I would not be able to transfer, which I guess, yeah, that's fine. In that case, I kind of want to put even less effort into it, because then I can't carry it over. But technically speaking, if I were to, like, turn that starter account into a real account, the one with my level 20 priest, I could still transfer it between those two accounts linked on my Battle.net account. So yeah, that's an interesting thing. You can still do that. So I guess if it takes Blizzard a really long time to fix that, I would probably start working on monks on that starter account, and that way, whenever this does get fixed, I can just move them over and still use them. You wonder why they changed? Well, I suspect the entire reason they changed that is like a technical issue. I don't think that is a design issue. I think that is something to do with warbands doesn't really play nice with account transfers, and they just had to turn it off. 99% sure that's the reason. We're not going to get enough in this soap. Oh, I think we barely got enough. Nice. Your main is a BS, so you'll drag up your blood DK in the X-Pack? Yeah. I would say, like, if you're not in a rush, you pretty much only need to really focus on one character, and the rest of them you could do that on. But if you plan on leveling a bunch of them day one, then it can help to get, like, at least 2 characters decently geared up. Like, my monk, at this point, my main, on my main account, also, oh. Let's hope that roll sticks, because I actually really do need a chess piece. Fuck. Why do I talk? It's not a big deal. It's actually a really shitty chess piece. It's a mediocre chess piece. It's not true. It's whatever. It's replaceable. But yeah, like at this stage, my main Brewmaster Monk, which I'll probably level as Windwalker, I already have, like I said, full Mythic Raid gear. I've already been building a speed set on that character. I have a ton of bullion saved up, so I'll be able to buy trinkets and stuff. So that character's already pretty much set for leveling. So once I can get back onto it and get like the last few pieces that I need for my speed set, I'm probably going to start working on my second and third character. Because like, I will be obviously leveling multiple characters on day one, before any of the profession stuff is a thing. This guy's just fucking AFK again. Like, he's not even trying to move. Like, he's literally just sitting there AFK. Yeah, fuck that. Fucking asshole. Reports, big strategy, AFK. Like, that's just a fucking dick move to do. The other guy's at least running to catch up. He's literally just, he walked in here. Yeah, and now, of course, that's how it always works with these fuckers. The moment you call them out in raid chat, then they start moving. Yeah. Oh, I'm not actually AFK. Fuck off, yeah. Yep, too little too late, bitch. Fuck moochers like that. Still need that chess piece with speed? Yeah. Well, I mean, I technically don't need it. Frankly, at this stage, I already have, like, enough speed to get by. So I don't even know how much I'll go. Because, obviously, speed cap is 49%, right? Like, we know that for sure because of Remix. Everybody has now had speed cap. And, honestly, reaching speed cap is not unrealistic on live servers. Like, it is absolutely something that I could achieve if I really wanted to, like, get crazy speed. But I'm already at, like, 22% speed or something on my main. So, how much more do I realistically need? Like, the difference between 0 and 20% speed is pretty significant. The difference between, like, 30 and 40% speed is not that much. There's very few times where you are going to need that much speed, and it's going to make, like, that significant of a difference. So. The other thing is, like, there are certain slots where I know for a fact that I won't be able to get speed, or rather, the cost for me to be able to get speed would not be worth it. So, okay. Hold on, let me make sure. Got some nice milk there. But like, so I'll give you an example, right? A lot of my bullion items. Now, I technically could get like, what's it called? Why is my dog barking? Moose, why are you barking, man? Oh, that's Tucker that's barking. Huh. But yeah, so basically, like, my Aranog ring, as an example, it is technically speaking possible if I were to try, because, like, my retail guild isn't raiding until War Within, which at this point is kind of nice, because if they were raiding, like, later today, then that would really suck if Blizzard doesn't fix my account by then. But they've taken a break from raiding, because we've already finished all the Awakened Mythic raids. Well, there's one token. Oh, big rolls. Fucking 4. And 3 helmets that I don't need.
You expect me to... I will not. I expected more of you, Civilian. No matter. Perhaps Rathian...
I guess, I mean, fuck, I would use Bomb Dispenser if I got it, even though I don't want it. So, I should stick around for Zaskarn. What was I gonna say? Yeah, so like Aranog Ring, right? Theoretically, if I wanted to try and pug Mythic Vault of the Incarnates and kill Aranog to try and get like a speed Mythic Aranog Ring, I could. But I have my Aranog Ring that I bought with Bullion, and it's really good. So I'm not going to use a generic speed ring over a speedless Aranog Ring, right? Also trinkets, right? Technically speaking, I could get trinkets with speed on them, but I'm not going to just stop using Grief Torch because it doesn't have speed, right? Also, well, I do have, I have 3 different tier pieces with speed on it, which is good. My chess piece, which is, you know, what Cool Man said in chat, like, my chess piece does not have speed on it, but for Brewmaster Monk, chess piece is the best tier slot. So, I'm definitely going to be using my tier chest, and if it doesn't have speed, oh well. It would be awesome if I could find a speed BOE to catalyze, but I'm not holding my breath, because it's very rare. That being said, it is worth noting that I will probably level as Windwalker, and I'm not 100% sure what the Windwalker stat prio is. Because the Windwalker stat prio, like, haste used to be terrible for them, but I'm pretty sure haste is actually good for them now with the talent changes. So, when was, when were these sims updated? On the 20th. So this is, 20th was before the pre-patch, right? Yeah, so I'm looking at outdated sims, so this is not helpful. Oh, shit. Push your main to 527? Oh, yeah, I mean, if you're 527, then you're probably chilling. Weren't sure if repeating that now is worthwhile in another tune. Well, repeating that now might be difficult unless you're actively mythic rating, but... I mean, if you are actively mythic rating and you have the opportunity to get another character pretty geared, might as well. All that gear is going to be wasted on your main anyway, assuming your guild doesn't need you to play it for whatever. Alright, let's pull the boss. So that's, yeah. There we go. Wait, LFR still is randomly spawning traps? Well, that's toxic. Not that it will really matter, but that's still really toxic design. Also, my sound is a little bit too high. Oh yeah, how did that get turned up to 20? That explains it. I don't know when that got changed. I know you probably already answered this at some point. Well, I don't know if you were here when I said it earlier, but a Blizzard employee expedited my appeal. That's all I've heard. So, other than that, no. And I probably won't hear back until later, because right now it's 8 in the morning, Eastern. Even earlier, Pacific. So, yeah, there's not going to be any updates until much later. Your new main you want to play is leveled in time walking, so you cannot use the pre-patched gear, and farming bronze is slowly becoming annoying? Yeah. That's the thing. For the vast majority of my alts, I am going to be using Mop Remix, just because, like, obviously it's the most effective way to do that, in terms of, like, mass leveling. And you can do multiple at the same time with low-level boosting. That's also one of the reasons why, like, so many people are like, well, if you just, like, buy WoW on your starter account, you can still access all your stuff. And it's like, well, yeah, but the problem is my starter account is where I have my level 20 priest that I use for Mop Remix boosting. And, like, it needs to be a starter account for that to work. That's the whole point. So, if I were to make that into a real account, then I would lose the ability to, like, boost in Mop Remix. Damn, I lost the roll on both of those. Fucking hell. I still need to queue for, the other two wings of, what's it called? Vault of the Incarnates. But yeah, I think... Ow. I'll probably, like, partially gear at least one of my other monks on my main account. Like, I don't know. I wasn't really sure initially what order I would level my characters outside of the main monk gets leveled first. That one is a no-brainer. But then initially I was planning on leveling my druid second. So my, like, if you go back like a month and you asked me what's my order for what I'm going to level, I would have said my main monk, obviously. Then I probably would have leveled my Guardian Druid second, and I might have even leveled a Blood DK third. But as excited as I was to play Guardian, Guardian is in a fucking ditch after all of the changes. Like, it was never in an amazing spot in War Within Beta, but it had a lot of potential, and it was like, well, maybe if they buff Guardian a little bit, it could actually end up being really good. And then they spent the entire beta nerfing Guardian, so... yeah. It was in a tenuous spot at best, and it needed buffs, and then it got nerfed. So now it's just kind of fucking dead. And the problem is they don't really know how to balance Guardian for both raids and Mythic Plus. So it might end up being like not good, but passable for Mythic Plus. And whenever Guardian is passable for Mythic Plus, it is dog shit in raids. Because in Dragonflight Season 2, when Guardian was the strongest Mythic Plus tank by far, it was still, like, one of the worst raid tanks. It wasn't that good. Because it just brings nothing to the table in raids. So the only way that it's ever viable in a raid environment is when it is grossly overtuned, like in Legion. And while it was pretty overtuned in Dragonflight Season 2, it wasn't even overtuned enough to make it viable in raids. They really, really, really need to take a look, take a step back, look at what Guardian offers, and be like, they need some more utility. They need something to separate themselves from every other tank. Because Prot Warrior is often in a similar situation, where Prot Warrior is kind of like Guardian, that it is often heavily dependent on tuning. However, Prot Warrior does have two things going for it, that being Spell Reflect and Block. Now, it's not the only tank that can block, obviously. Prot Peli has that too. But Prot Warrior does an amazing job at blocking auto attack damage. So whenever you have fights like Sledge Fist or Denathrius, etc., where there is insane auto attack damage going out, Prot Warrior is often the best tank at mitigating that because of the way that its defensive toolkit works. And it's something that it's not always really that impactful, because it needs to be a fight that has like almost entirely tank auto attack damage and basically nothing else that significant. And the tank auto attack damage has to be so ludicrously high that it actually puts the tank's life at risk. Where if you're playing a tank that isn't Prot Warrior, you're in a really, really rough spot. And like Sledge Fist and Denathrius are two really good examples, which is why Prot Warrior was very good in Nathria. Like Razageth is another fight where, technically speaking, it wasn't like lethal, but there was a lot of really nasty auto attack damage, and the other thing, Spell Reflect can really help them be good. And there was a lot of really good spell reflectable stuff throughout Nathria, not quite as much, but definitely Vault of the Incarnates, and that is a thing that really helped Prot Warrior. Prot Warrior also, at least in the case of Vault of the Incarnates, was on the higher end of tuning at the time. But interestingly enough, in Castle Nathria, Prot Warrior was actually probably the most undertuned tank in terms of raw damage and survivability values, to the point where, because it ended up being so good just for the damage profiles in Nathria, and the fact that DPS Warrior was just really lackluster in Nathria, so you ended up bringing a Prot 4 Battle Shout, Blizzard actually just nerfed Prot Warrior when it already wasn't in a good spot, and it was really bad in Sanctum. Prot Warrior in Sanctum of Domination is maybe the worst that a tank has ever been in a given raid tier. And I played Prot Warrior in Sanctum. Because I played Prot Warrior in Nathria because my guild needed it at the time. And then when I came back for Sanctum, I just continued playing by Prot because that's what I had all my gear on. And it was bad. It was a really, really, really miserable experience trying to tank Mythic Sylvanas with Prot Warrior at the time. I couldn't. I literally had to swap Brewmaster on Mythic Sylvanas. It was that bad. And Brew wasn't even, like, the best tank. It was good. Brewmaster's, like, always good, but meta that tier was Bloody Gate Prot Paladin. But that's the thing, right? Like, Prot Warrior, while the situations where Prot Warrior is good are much more niche, there aren't often cases like that where you really, really, really need to have heavy auto attack mitigation, or there aren't that many situations where Spell Reflect is extremely powerful. When that does pop up, Prot Warrior has a niche, and Prot Warrior is really good. And I think, historically speaking, Prot Warrior has had better tuning more often than Guardian Druid has. So a lot of people may think, well, Prot Warrior's been good a lot, right? Well, that's just it. It's just tuning, right? And there have been a lot of cases, like in BFA, where, yeah, Prot Warriors were really well tuned. But like, I mean, really, not a ton of stuff that Prot Warriors did in BFA was necessarily, like, really broken. It's just that they did a shitload of damage, and they were really hard to kill because Ignore Pain soaked so much damage. So, yeah. Ugh, I rolled a 5. Alright. Surely somebody's gonna roll on that. There's no fucking way I just win that with a 5, right? Unless that other monk passes. But if that monk rolls, I'm dead. I won it with a 5? What? Oh yeah, another thing that I forgot to mention, but doing a Mirdrasil LFR for the Helm Enchant is really important. Yeah. So after Igira, you can talk to Marithra and turn in that quest. Actually, I think I can talk to her right now. And getting your Helm Enchant is really, really, really important, because you got to do that at some point. It's just free power. I'm pretty sure I included that in my gearing guide at the end, as like a bonus note of, even though this is an item level, it's really important. Alright. Can win it with a 5. What quest am I on? Yeah, Echoed Ephemera. Make another starter account or already at max? Well, I mean, I could... So, Fats66, I definitely could make another starter account, don't get me wrong. It's just, it has nothing to do with making a starter account. If I turn that starter account into a regular account, my priest would then become a regular character and would no longer be able to do boosting. So, I can make a new starter account, I could make a new booster, but then, well, that's exactly the problem. Then I would need to create a new booster from scratch, which admittedly is not the hardest thing ever to do. I made a video on my second channel demonstrating that, where I technically do have another boost character, because as part of that one video, I got a mage booster set up, and I did that in, like, what, 6 hours from character creation to being able to boost a character up to 70? So, it wouldn't be the end of the world, but that's 6 hours that I would rather not spend on something I've already done. Couldn't you make a new starter account and use that for your temp main? Leave your existing boost starter alone? I guess, technically, yeah. Yeah, I suppose that creating another starter account just to then turn it into a paid account could work. The other thing that I'm not sure about, though, this I don't know. I don't know if I can attach new starter accounts to a account that has been banned. And quite frankly, that is something that I don't want to play around with because I don't know what Blizzard's stance on that is. So, all I know is my existing starter account has not been touched. If that was not allowed, they would have banned that one too. But I don't know what the policy on adding new starter accounts connected to a banned account is. And, yeah, that I don't want to fuck around with. This is all, of course, hypothetical. I would hope that within the next, like, 12 hours, my situation gets resolved. Fingers crossed, but, you know. Hope good news comes soon on the unban. Appreciate the stream, no problem. And yeah, I hope good news comes soon as well. Oh yeah, and what was the other thing I was going to say about tanks? I think we've thoroughly covered Prot Warrior, but, Paladin is another situation where Paladin is a little bit more dependent on tuning. Like, the 3 tanks... well, no, really, it's just the 2 tanks. The 2 tanks that are heavily resistant to tuning are Blood Decay and Brute. They are pretty much always good. Nice, another belt. That's a good one. Also, a tier token. High roll in the tier token, but that could definitely still be beaten. I am tied with somebody. Have I gotten... Oh, wow, I've gotten a lot of bullion. Holy shit. Yeah, when I wasn't looking, suddenly a bunch of bullion dropped for me. Still tied with that guy. And it's, yeah, warrior... So there's one more person that could roll, butt shooter. Could roll. What was I saying? Yeah, so... Vengeance Demon Hunter, I guess, is another one that is very subject to tuning. Vengeance has good utility. Nice! I won the 50-50. Let's fucking go. I'd say overall solid RNG from LFR here. I've gotten... What, 3 pieces? Yeah, because I got the Chromatic Essence, I got the tier token, and the boots. Not bad, honestly. Oh, goodbye! Haha! What was I saying? Yeah. Yeah, Vengeance Demon Hunter does have some solid utility, but I'd say Vengeance is probably in a similar boat to Prot Warrior, where it's a little bit more dependent on tuning. It does have utility, but it's very niche. Prot Paladin is... It's kind of... I would say...
So the biggest issue that Prop Paladin used to have, that despite the fact that its utility has always been good, and historically Prop Paladin's damage has always been good, Prop Paladin used to be the squishiest tank by far. I would say starting in Dragonflight, Prop Pally's biggest defensive weaknesses historically are just completely shored up. Just due to the way that its kit has been changed, it should never have any serious defensive issues again. And going forward, War Within, that doesn't seem to be changing. So, unless they, like, revert a lot of the Dragonflight Prop Pally changes and bring it back into, like, the survivability trenches of not being able to mitigate certain types of damage, I honestly think that going forward, Blood DK Brew and Prop Pally are just going to be, like, the invincible trio for, like, World First tanking. Unless there is a very rare case where one of the other three tanks ends up being ludicrously overtuned. Which has happened, but it's much more rare. Because, like, historically, Prop Pally has always had significantly better damage and utility than a lot of those other tanks.
4.
So the use cases for Prop Paladin historically weren't necessarily overall tuning, whereas like Prot Warrior needed to have good survivability and damage to get brought. Same with Vengeance, because Vengeance also used to have shit survivability and like decent damage. But the thing with Prop Paladin is Prop Paladin was always down to, is tank survivability going to be a concern? If you can run a squishy tank and get away with like squeezing out more damage and using their utility, Prop Paladin has always been a good choice. But nowadays, with Prop Paladin's biggest survivability weaknesses shored up, that's really just no longer a concern. So now it's just like, do you run, like, which of the three, like, super good tanks do you run between Prop Paladin, Blood DK, and Brewmaster? And then, is there a situation in which you would need to run one of the others? Oh, the delayed explosion isn't in LFR. Yeah. And the issue is, all that to say, right? Prop Paladin usually has really good damage and now has really good survivability. Prop Paladin always has insanely useful utility that is helpful on the vast majority of bosses. Brewmaster Monk, its damage varies. Brewmaster is weird. A lot of times it's either the highest damage tank or the lowest damage tank. It has been all over the place in that sense. But one thing that both Brewmaster and Blood DK, actually Blood kind of similar. Blood has had tiers like Amir Drasil, where it does a lot of damage, and like Sepulchre, the first one, Blood DK did really crazy damage. But there are other tiers like early Shadowlands back in Castle Nathria and Sanctum of Domination.
2.
Blood DK damage was shit. It was really bad. So you basically had to justify bringing a Blood DK despite their terrible damage. And one thing that both Blood and Brew have never had issues with, though, is survivability. So you always know, you bring Blood Brew as a tank comp, it's going to be able to survive pretty much anything. Which is why I would say, I don't know exactly what the World First tank comps have looked like over the years, but if, without actually looking at it, my prediction would be that in terms of combinations of tanks, Blood Brew is probably the most frequent combination of tanks over the years. Because that is just a very, very, very safe pick. And if one of those two tanks ends up being in a really good spot that tier, well then it's just even better, right? Because you have the historical advantages of their survivability and, not to mention their utility, right? Monk brings a raid buff, which historically has always been really desired through Brewmaster instead of other means. Monk also has decent utility, though admittedly their other utility is like a little bit more niche. The one thing is, though, a lot of Monk's specialized utility is on crowd control. And crowd control is a niche that is way more common than Spell Reflect or, like, what am I not queued for? I think I need to do Viridian Weave. Do that, and yeah, I think that's all I need to queue for. Yeah, so that's Sarkra. Yeah, heavy crowd control stuff, like, just look at Farak, right? Farak, Larodar, just this tier alone. Farak, Larodar,
Gnarl Root a little bit, but obviously first boss, it's really hard to say. I guess technically speaking, that's it, but obviously Farok is a big one, and you really need tons of utility crowd control stuff on Farok to make that work super well. You know what? Tindril on Mythic actually has decent crowd control requirements. That being said, Blood DK can kind of handle most of it with Mass Grip, so it doesn't really matter. But it still helps having Ring of Peace in certain situations. But a lot of, like, really difficult Mythic boss fights have heavy crowd control requirements. Spell Reflect is much rare when it's useful, and the amount of fights where having really good block damage or block mitigation is important versus regular mitigation, and that, like, actually makes a notable difference in how survivable your tanks are, that's not very often. So Prot Warrior generally isn't super frequently used for stuff like that, especially because a lot of the fights where Prot Warrior may end up doing really well, you could still just have a Brewmaster stagger it or a Blood DK Deathstrike it, so that's not usually that important. Like, frankly, the reason why Prot Warrior was used in Nathria was less so that it was so good at surviving Denathrius, because Blood DK could survive it too. It's just that Prot Warrior did more damage than Blood DK and also brought a raid buff, because for super min-maxing, you just didn't want to bring a DPS warrior and you wanted to bring something else instead. So the damage contribution of a Prot Warrior versus a Blood DK to the raid was higher. They could both survive perfectly fine. Deathstrike was still just as broken back then as it is now. Forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, general utility. And obviously, you know, Paladin utility is definitely more universally useful than Monk, for sure. But, like, Vengeance Demon Hunters, Vengeance DH, outside of last tier, which last tier, yeah, their sigil utility for crowd control was kind of insane. They've always had solid crowd control utility, but it hasn't been, like, as good. Sigil of Silence is probably their single strongest piece of utility, but there have been very few situations where that is absolutely mandatory. It's a very difficult spell where to make it work in, like, in a raid setting specifically, where in a raid, Sigil of Silence does something that nothing else does. There haven't really been many situations. If it ever arose where Sigil of Silence was, like, super broken for a specific mechanic, that could make Vengeance very, 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 very good on a specific fight. But most of Vengeance's other utility is just not super impactful, aside from DH buff, right? But the other thing is, what is one of the most popular DPS specs in the game? Havoc, right? And Havoc has usually been pretty good. There haven't been many times where it's been underpowered. So it's a very popular spec that is usually good, compared to Windwalker, which is a historically underplayed spec that is usually not that good. So that's kind of the difference there in terms of raid buff value, right? And I would say in many cases recently, Vengeance's main form of utility has actually been its ability to negate knockbacks. So there's been a lot of fights where you need some sort of knockback negation or some way to, like, move really quickly, like Smolderon, being able to get out of the raid really quickly. Brewmaster can do that perfectly fine as well. But that's one thing that Vengeance can do really well. Knockbacks on Dathia. Dathia is probably the single best fight for Vengeance Demon Hunter in Dragonflight, in terms of how they stack up relative to other tanks. But at the same time, Prot Warrior is also really good for that. There's, like, some tricky stuff with how to do it on a Prot Warrior, but if you know how to do Dathia on a Prot Warrior, it's technically just as good, if not better, than on a DH. DH just makes it much, much, much more face roll. Because I tanked Dathia on my Vengeance Demon Hunter at the end of Season 1, and oh my god, you could just basically fall asleep and tank that fight on a Demon Hunter. It was piss easy. So, having to do that on a Brewmaster Monk was rough. Night and day compared to that in DH, but there aren't too many fights where knockback negation is that impactful. And, like, one of the other historical fights that I'm sure whenever I say knockback negation people think of Kil'jaeden I actually played Vengeance Demon Hunter pretty frequently back during the Kill Jaden days, and I had to swap to Brewmaster off my Vengeance DH on that fight because, again, its survivability was just so bad at the time that you just couldn't play it. So even then, on one of its potentially strongest utility fights, it just wasn't playable. So it is a little bit subject to tuning, more so than some of the other tanks. Anyways. Okay, this guy's, like, freaking out. I'll just taunt early. Okay, that Evoker doesn't know what he's doing. He's just gonna bomb the raid. I'm pretty sure on LFR it's not a wipe. It's definitely not a wipe if, only one bomb goes off. Yeah. The bomb went off, so that sucks, but... The hardest part of LFR Sarkrath is Phase 3. What is this Evoker doing, man? Did the ads take a bath? Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're healing. Actually, do they even heal in LFR? They probably don't. Yeah, because the issue with Sarkareth is, like, the strat that people use for Heroic is just so brain-dead. So whenever you try to do the better strat, the Mythic strat, people just freak out and don't know what to do. Because it is just objectively better to face him towards the entrance. Or, what I mean, to face him towards the rocks and have everybody stand towards the entrance. But you have to face him this way, because otherwise people just get so fucking confused and they just get hit by your slashes. I genuinely will never understand why people do Sarkareth like that. But I've tried to do the Mythic strat where you face him at the rocks multiple times, and every single time I end up cleaving people with the thing because they're just sitting on top of me. It's just the most annoying thing ever.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
A lot of people are about to die. Doesn't one-shot? A few of them got shot off. Me. Well, one of the Evokers took the tank frontal, so... Alright. Good baits in the rocks. Man, the fucking Evoker blew up on us. Okay, tank frontal's about to come out. I'm just gonna drag him away just to make sure. Okay, nice. It's only me. So I can manage that. And this should send me down. Perfect. Okay, I think at this point we have it in the bag. We would need to, like, have multiple people get hit by that next tank frontal, and then, like, they completely destroy the raid before we get a chance to kill it. Like, yeah, it...
3, 2.
We would have to really fuck up to throw from here. Which is nice, because sometimes... It's definitely not LFR Razageth levels of bad, but I've seen Sarkareth go really poorly on LFR a few times. Easy peasy. Interesting, you don't normally play tanks, but you leveled a warrior through Mop Remix, and you plan to try Prot and War Within? Yeah. Yeah, keep in mind that everything that I just said, right? You know, a little bit down on warrior, right? But I actually think warrior, tuning-wise, looks pretty good in the War Within. So I did say it's a very tuning-dependent tank, but the tuning seems like it's in a good spot. So there is hope for Prot. Alright, do I stand a chance at any of these tempo stones? No, lost the roll on all of them. Okay, I could just take the Q. Hey Taco. I'm feeling about the same as I have been. Kind of shit. Honestly. I mean, the whole situation, it's not the most fun thing. No new updates since what I told you. Just still waiting to hear back. I don't expect anything to happen in the middle of the night, but I would hope that during the day today they take a look at it. Because, like, if it is, in their words, an expedited ticket, like, it should be priority. If it's an expedited ticket and it still takes multiple days, then, like, especially because, you know, the thing is, I know it's a cut and dry case, right? All they need to do is look at it and see that I didn't use any fucking cheating programs, and that's it. Close the fucking ticket, revert the fucking ban. It's simple. So the moment it gets a pair of eyes on it, theoretically, I don't know how Blizzard's system works, but I would assume that it would show that there's nothing there. I'm sure it'd say something, I don't know what caused it, but it'd be like, oh, this was multiple players just reported, like a mass report thing, or like a playtime detection where it's like, no shit, I play this game a lot, that kind of thing. But I'm pretty sure it'd be a simple look at the ticket and revert it, right? So I'm hoping that as long as they look at it, we're done. But I've yet to actually see anything on the ticket. I seem pretty fond of the Brewmaster Monk. Do I play other specs? Oh yeah, I play all tanks. Yeah, for sure. I like Brewmaster, but it's definitely not the only tank I play. I've extensively played Brewmaster, obviously, Blood DK, a pretty good amount, and Vengeance Demon Hunter a lot. I haven't played Vengeance Demon Hunter these last 2 seasons, or season and a half, because Season 4 isn't really a full season. I mained Vengeance and Avarice, and I really did not like the rework, ironically. Despite the fact that it made Vengeance broken, but it made it really unfun to play for me. All the stuff that I like about Vengeance got ruined by the rework. So it's a dead spec to me now. Unfortunately, War Within isn't changing much on that front. So Vengeance, Brew, and Blood are probably my 3 most played tanks. Guardian Druid probably my least in terms of endgame rating, but obviously if you've seen any of my speedruns, you know I've played the shit out of Guardian Druid for, like, leveling. And that's kind of why I'm so upset about the spot Guardian's in, because as I just got done saying before, Guardian probably would have been the second character that I leveled after my Brewmaster Monk, but like with the current state that it's at in beta, like I can't justify it. It just doesn't look good. So I just don't really want to waste my time with it. Nope. Why are you facing? Oh, wait. I think Tank Cleave on LFR doesn't actually... Yeah, okay. On LFR, it's just a single target ability. I forgot. But yeah, so I love Guardian Druid, and I've played it a lot. I never get a chance to play it in endgame because it's never good. So when I saw the War Within stuff, I like a lot of the War Within changes, but it's still missing a lot. It's like a few steps in the right direction, but Guardian Druid needed a lot of love, and it's not getting any love on the tuning front, and it's not getting any love on the raid utility front. So it's just still a dead tank in raids, which just sucks. So, yeah. I'd say Prop Paladin is probably the tank that I've played the least, at least in raids, just because a lot of really more coincidence than anything, but a lot of times I have had a co-tank who, like, really loves playing Prop Paladin. So, more often than not, if Prop Paladin is, like, really good in a specific raid tier, my co-tank is the one playing it. So I just, yeah, haven't really gotten a chance to main it. I still play it on my own time relatively frequently. Like, I've had a Prop Paladin as one of my main alts for most of Dragonflight, but I have not set foot in, like, an actual endgame raid with it, just because I haven't really gotten the chance. And Prout Warrior I've, like, dabbled in. I've definitely mained it for Mythic raids at multiple times. Like I mentioned before that I played it in Nathria and Sanctum. And then I also played it a little bit at the end of Shadowlands, and I played it a little bit in Vault of the Incarnates, though I still main Brewmaster in Vault of the Incarnates. But yeah, I played all tanks. For, like, basically in a Mythic raid team, tanks are one of two things. They're either a Blood DK one-trick, or they play most other tank specs, and they're able to flex depending on what the encounter needs. Blood DK is pretty much the only tank you can really get away with one shrinking. Come on. Oh, well, I'm winning one of them. Unfortunately, the one I'm winning is not the one with a socket, but, like, it doesn't really matter that much. Socket on a piece of LFR gear is not a big deal. You're playing WoW since Season 3 of Dragonflight. You hit 3.5k Raider IO in the first season. You got into raiding, and you're coming from competitive games like Valorant and League. Used to high FPS. Is everybody experiencing frame drops in Raid regardless of their PC? Yeah. Yeah, WoW is a very poorly optimized game. You'll run into that pretty often. Frame rate in this game is not going to be the best. A lot of, like, mechanics are just terribly optimized and will just demolish everybody's computers, regardless of how high-end it is. Fingers crossed, you're glad that I have some kind of contact available to you. I'd freak out. You were banned during Classic one time incorrectly. It was overturned in a few hours, but you're very upset. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's something that I've always known can happen. Like, I've had friends who have experienced similar situations, but they're just gonna drag it over the lines. No, brother. At least that doesn't one-shot on LFR. I'm amazed that doesn't one-shot on LFR. Yeah, like, I've always known that it could happen to me at any time, because it has happened to other people, but I guess you just kind of, you don't really think about it after however many years of playing the game. And, like, to be clear, I've literally never had an action on my account. I mentioned this, like, on the previous stream, but the only time I've ever had an action on my account is back in Legion. I got silenced for, like, a day because somebody was harassing one of my friends, and I told them to fuck off. Among other choice words, right? And then, like, honestly, not even anything really that bad, just, like, basically cursed him out. And he and his friends reported me, and I got silenced. It's the worst that's ever happened to my account. And again, I stand by that. But I've never done anything against the terms of service. I've never gotten suspended, anything like that. So, yeah, it definitely sucks. Based reason for getting silenced? Yeah, I'd fucking do it again. Somebody says shit to one of my friends. You're back in the fence for what you're going to play? Yeah. Right now, I would say best thing to do is just, especially with Mop Remix, leveling being so fast. Mop Remix isn't necessarily the best, like, testing ground per se, but you could level up pretty much everything that you're even considering, and at least give it a try on Mop Remix just to see if the core kit of the class feels right. And if it seems like something that you may enjoy, then, you know, you could always just make a template character on the PTR or something and mess around with it there. You've never had a correct action on your account, just the one during Classic? Yeah. Man, where the fuck are these people? Bald and bankrupt. Is the other guy... Where's Chook Roots? Where the fuck is this guy? Okay, fucking impatient. Sure, I guess I'm solo tanking this boss. Yay! Nice. Pair of bracers. It's actually a decent upgrade, huh? Alright, well, I mean, of all the fights to solo tank, this is one of the ones to do it. Especially as a Brewmaster monk, but it's still going to be a pain in the ass. Speaking of Nimue, I did message the Nimue developer, because I mentioned before, they're like, the Nimue developer is a friend of a friend, but I reached out to them and I didn't hear back from them, so. Can't really blame them, I'm sure they have other shit on their plate. I will admit, though, I was kind of hoping to at least get, like, a, sorry, I can't really help you out with that type of response. Like, I wasn't expecting them to be able to fix my situation The fact that they just didn't say anything is like, you know, a little bit disheartening, I'll be honest. Yeah, so Mop Remix has all of the abilities of War Within. Well, aside from the hero talents, which obviously, right now in pre-patch, you can't play with that anywhere, because that's specifically, you get it while leveling 70 to 80. But all of, like, the talent changes for War Within and stuff that's available in regular servers, it's also available in Mop Remix. The only reason why I say Mop Remix isn't the best way to get a feel for classes is because Mop Remix is just, like, all the stats are very goofy, right? So playing a class with like 100% haste and 100% crit is obviously going to feel a lot different than playing it with realistic stat numbers. So you'll get a general feel for like the flow of the rotation and stuff like that. But in terms of how like the class will feel in a rotational or like a real raid environment, I guess, for lack of a better word, that's not going to be super accurate in Mop Remix. Like, my Demon Hunter never runs out of Fury. You're going to need to use Fury generators on a Demon Hunter. So the way that I play my Mop Remix DH is just fundamentally different than how you're supposed to play Havoc DH. Just because, you know, everything is borked. It's an okay necklace. What's the roll? Yeah, I didn't win that roll. Alright. You think you have everything leveled already? Oh yeah, in that case, you could just try it out on regular servers then. And if you have stuff, like, even not fully leveled, but somewhat caught up, then getting the rest of the levels won't take long at all. I think it took me, what, like an hour to level from 60 to 70 on my recent test run? And that was with the Chromie time thing still being bugged, so when they finally fix Chromie time and you're able to level using my route, it should honestly only take like 30 minutes tops. So if you have any leftover characters from like Shadowlands or something like that, they shouldn't take too long to get caught up. You leveled all your characters in Remix, you can't wait to get them into the real realm? Yeah. I know a lot of people are disappointed that they're unable to move them over early. I would imagine there's probably some weird technical reason why they can't move them over early, but who knows. Oh, that was instant. I hope I'm not joining midway. Oh, nice. Okay, Volcaros is still alive. Yeah, because the amount of times when I've joined groups that are already on Laradar, it's always really annoying, because 90% of the time I just want Volcaros. Laradar loot is really bad. I actually think I'd be curious to see what the worst loot of any raid boss in, like, this expansion was. I'm pretty sure it's Laradar. He has, like, nothing. He does have Smoldering Seedling, which is good for a few healers, but, like, other than that and a tier token, all of these off pieces are trash, and, like, a niche healer trinket is just so bad. Every single other boss has something. Like, Gnarlroot trinket is actually pretty good, Agira trinket's actually pretty good, Agira also has rogue daggers, Volcaros necklace is really good, Council of Dreams obviously has pips, Nimue has the staff, that's insane for casters. Smolderon has a bunch of shit. Tindril has Bellerelos. Farak, duh. Laradar is definitely the worst loot in a Mirdrasil, for sure. Teros is a good contender, yeah, that's a good point. No, I meant in general in Dragonflight. Because Laradar, this tier, easily the worst loot of any boss in a Mirdrasil. So yeah, Teros is definitely a good comparison. Let's see. Aberrus, Kazara had good loot, Amalgamation had Anvil, Forgotten Experiments had the Chromatic Essence. Zakali loot was fairly bad. Zakali's definitely a good contender. Yeah, because the Chaos Grapnel is like the only thing there, and it's not really that good. I think actually Zakali might be worse than Laradar, because at least Laradar had Seedling. It's a niche healer trinket, but it is good for the healers that want it. Rashok, obviously very good. Zaskarn, obviously very good. Magmarax, surprisingly, yeah. Mid-tier boss. Basically nothing good off this. I actually would argue that Igneous Flowstone is a worse trinket than Chaos Grapnel, because at least Chaos Grapnel has, like, some cool utility stuff. It technically drops a tier token, but, like, I would actually say Zakali loot is probably equally as bad as Magmarax loot. And then, yeah, obviously, Echo and Sark both have really good loot. Yeah, I take it back. Zakali and Magmarax have worse loot than Laradar. I'd say they're probably tied in Aberrus. Aranog, obviously, insane loot. Primal Council, these days not so much, but back in the day, obviously, Incarnate Icon was insane. Senarth loot is pretty bad, but at least it is a tier token, so there's that. Dathia has really good loot. Kurog has pretty good loot. All Totem is not bad. Controlled Current Technique for some specs, not bad, and it is a tier token. Diurno loot insane. Razak loot insane, obviously. Rumbling Ruby is actually a pretty good trinket for certain specs. So I would say this is probably comparable to Laradar, because not a ton of people want this, mind you, but there are a lot of specs that do want this, and it is a fairly solid trinket for them. There is also a weird case of Quake detecting Seismostaff is like really good for Mistweavers. Apparently, I learned. It's the worst loot in Vault by far, but I would actually say I would put Teros and Laradar, like, even, as they both have probably equally bad loot, and then I think Magmarax and Zakali actually have worse loot than both of those. But yeah, those are definitely the 4 bosses with the worst loot this expansion. Wait, this is a fucking Shadowlands feast. What? Any food buff is better than no food buff. Whenever you watch my leveling videos, you can't follow them since you have zero knowledge of the places, so you just level through dungeons. Well, you don't need knowledge of the places, right? Like, so, Roxinged, are you trying to follow my speedruns as a guide? Because I have guides. If you're saying that you can't follow my guides, that's a different story, but I would be surprised if that's the case, because my guides are pretty popular and most people I've spoken to, even brand new players, usually don't have any issues following it. I tried to break, like, the actual leveling guides are meant to be very, very, very easy to understand. And, like, I show maps, I show locations, like, I try to explain in the most, like, simple terms of exact step-by-step ways on how to reach the zones, etc. You were talking about the 2 hour... Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you're trying... Like, that's the thing. The reason why I have the guides is because I know that following along with those speedruns is going to be difficult. And I don't want to stop in the middle of a speedrun to try and, like, explain things to people. So that's kind of the entire point. But yeah, of course, if you're going to try to learn from the speedruns, and, why is my volume keeps... Yeah, did it again. There must be some keybind that edits my audio settings. Yeah, some random combination of keys turns the master volume up and down. I'm just gonna unbind that. Yeah, for, what was I saying? So for the leveling runs, right, yeah. The entire point of that, of course, is I'm trying to go very fast, so I take very little time to explain what I'm doing, and if I do explain it, I usually explain it in, like, terms that people who are familiar with the game would understand. Is the way that I see it, right? And that's why, if you look at my leveling guides, a lot of the tricks that I use in my speedruns, I don't actually include in the guides themselves. Because a lot of those tricks, you just aren't meant to be able to replicate as a new player. So, I try to make my guides applicable for just a generic person leveling on their own, not trying to speedrun, but still trying to level efficiently. And as a result, I leave out some of the really, like, hyper min-maxy tricks from the guide, but then I also spend more time breaking down all the simple stuff into really small details, basically. And then in the speedrun, I tend to spend a lot more time focusing on those really advanced tricks, because that's the stuff that gets left out of the guide. So the way I see it is, brand new players or people just getting into WoW speed leveling, they're going to watch the guides first, and they're going to first learn the fundamentals of, like, which zones do I do, how should I go about, like, efficiently leveling, of, you know, just general pathing through the zones, like, getting a good, like, loop to make sure that you're not wasting time running around, rounding up mobs and cleaving them down efficiently, etc. Like, those are the core fundamentals of speed leveling. And then once you get that down, you can look at all, like, the fancy little tricks that I do for a speedrun itself, and the people who are really interested in that, they're going to watch the speedruns anyway. So, I want to focus more on that. Yeah, if I do not get a taunt, I'm kind of fucking dead here. Another Melting Stomp without a Dispel. I'll have to Zen Med. But I did live it, so we're fucking gaming. There's a master volume up and down keybind, but yours is unbound. Yeah, I'm like 99% sure that I have that unbound on my main account, because I'm pretty sure I ran into the same exact issue a long time ago. But obviously it's an alt account, right? So I kind of just forgot that existed. Also, I think this druid's dead. Yeah, rest in peace. He pulled these extra mobs, and instead of kiting them to the tanks, he just stood there and fucking ate multiple auto attacks to the face. That is definitely a decision. Make sure you change the four... I see where that's going, Demo. What, so I say turn down for what? Yeah, very funny. Oh, God. Your ADHD brain couldn't do this. You went through the vids on 1.5 speed, like every video, and then realized that's not it for the start. Yeah. Well, I should note that I also have ADHD, so... It definitely takes some getting used to, trust me. Especially watching the full speedruns, I can understand that can be difficult, but... If my ADHD brain can learn how to speedrun World of Warcraft leveling, yours can too. You watch movies on 2x speed? Yeah. For me, it really depends. I also watch a lot of stuff on fast speed, but... It kind of depends on how much I want to focus on it. Like, usually movies and TV shows that I really want to, like, just absorb the full experience of it. Stuff that I'm really, engaged with. And I'm, like, fully locked in, fully focused. Well, which, it has to be a really good TV show, right? That I watch just on regular speed. But, like, 99% of the time, YouTube videos I watch on either 1.5 or 2x speed. Depends on how fast the person talks. You did speedrun to get kind of good at Mythic Plus at least? Nice, yeah. That's definitely an important part of Mythic Plus. I technically don't need to do this for LFR, but good force of habit. You watch YouTube on 1.5 when you remember to, but otherwise music. Oh yeah, music. Wait, this does no damage. What the fuck? You don't even need to stand in the tree at LFR. Oh, you just stand here. That's great. Yeah, music, obviously, that's another thing that I always watch on normal speed. Because, like, most music is meant to be listened to on normal speed, so... Other than, like, certain exceptions... it sounds weird if you speed it up. That being said, I tend to listen to very, like, fast-paced music. So... Only psychopaths listen to music faster? Yeah. Like, I like really fast-paced, like, energetic music, basically. But it doesn't work when you take a song that's meant to be slow and speed it up. It's gotta be made to be fast. YouTube's version of speeding up things isn't increasing the speed, though, it's just omitting some things. Is it really? I didn't know that. That's interesting. I feel like this Laradar fight's taking a really long time. What did I do? Well, I'm beating a lot of DPS, which, considering my gear, is probably not a good sign. If it truly sped up, then the pitch would change and the frame rate would go up. That's actually, yeah, that's a good point. Because whenever I speed up, well, so... It depends, because there are times when I've, like, messed around with speeding up clips in Premiere, and... Now, I don't know exactly, like, how it works, right? But if I just, like, speed up a clip in Premiere with no other editing, you're right, like, it pitches it up, and it sounds really funny. But there's, like, some setting that I can check, like, something about normalized audio. I forget exactly what it is, and I don't know how it works, but I just know when I check that setting, it sounds like a sped up YouTube video. So yeah. I guess it's probably the same principle. Got 2 seedlings dropped.
Beyond redemption, but we will mourn him still.
Hey, I'm winning the roll on the toy.
Remains unharmed. Take care, champions.
Something.
Seed of life is volatile in mortal hands.
Oh, okay, that guy hit a 99. Alright, I can leave group. I really want to hopefully make it to Valdrakken to upgrade some of my gear before the next LFR, because I've been capped on flight stones for like the last 2 LFR wings, but the queue keeps popping before I make it back in time. If you want to see, there's some songs that you can play at 1.5 and you stop hearing drums. Really? That's interesting. Okay, there we go. I forgot to equip this. I think that's... God, my character looks like a fucking clown. What do I want to upgrade? I guess I can upgrade the tier piece. So I'll probably use this until I have something significantly better. This too. I am upgrading my gear. Why are you whispering me, telling me to upgrade my gear? Yeah, I'll just upgrade these pieces. You can't tab the Twitch? Oh. I guess I could also just spend whatever whelplings I have. It's not like I'm gonna... Doesn't really matter for those slots. I don't really care about a trivial amount of flight stones and a few whelpling crests, so yeah, I should just spend that. And I mean, look at how many whelpling crests I have. It's just worth it at this point. I won't bother upgrading that stuff, though. Because that's just a waste of flight stones. That I just want to get a veteran piece to replace it. Okay, I think that's everything for now. Yeah, so I still need a helmet. And... it's kind of weird because, like, I technically could catalyze these shoulders. And I'm pretty sure servers go offline pretty soon. Already up to 11 billion. What did I say I was going to do earlier? I was going to do the Harbinger quest. Eh, shit. You know what? It's only... We have, what, 20 minutes? Let's do that Harbinger quest. That I want to make sure I have done before pre-patch, yeah. Or the pre-patch events. All right, let's go ahead and get this done. Give me 1 second, just checking something real quick.
Khadgar said you would come. I thought it best to wait for you.
Let's get to work.
Do I need to talk to Illyria?
We
Yeah.
walk a line.
There remains much to be done.
I'll open a rift for us.
At the very least, I've done this multiple times now. So, should be, like, pretty muscle memory by this point.
Head through when you're ready.
And obviously, once we're done with this, we'll be done for the stream. I'll post the footage at some point in the future. Probably not.
Have the Rendori noticed any void
Not like today, just because I'll be busy, but like at some point in the future.
There's something else. A vision is being seen all across Azeroth. They call it the Radiant Song. Baladash Malin, there was a strange increase in void activity within Aberrants. We're still unsure what caused the surge.
Question. I investigated void incursions along the southern coast. But any sign of not much to report, I'm afraid.
Okay, I just need to do
The trail went cold near Zul'Amal.
this stuff. Fuck, that doesn't work. That's annoying.
Riftwalker Lonarra has yet to return from Northrend. Truly. We serve the Alliance.
The Riftwalker's absence. Could it be connected to the Dark Heart?
Nice to see you on Twitch too. Yeah, I stream here relatively often.
Greetings.
Anything. Fuck, another spider.
This is where Iridikron empowered the Dark
Gotta
Heart.
kill a spider real quick.
That was millennia ago. Why would there be void activity here? Why now?
Alright. Dead spider. Hi again, finished your work and I'm still streaming. Yeah, well, we're almost done because servers are about to go down. I should also note that I don't really know when in the day I'm going to stream pre-patch. I'm also not 100% sure if I will stream the pre-patch events. We'll see. It'll kind of just depend on how I'm feeling. I'm obviously going to do some testing. I'm going to test leveling just to see. But, no. Blizzard says it's going to be up in about 4 hours from now, but who knows with them. It could take longer. But yeah, we'll see if I stream later. I'm also, what I'm gonna do is shortly after the end of this stream, I'm gonna finally get my Twitter account fixed, and I am going to, or like, use it, right? And I'm going to make a post about this and ping Warcraft devs and Blizzard CS and get them to pay attention because, yeah, I want to make sure that this gets fixed ASAP. And I don't know how long they're going to string me around with this whole shit. And given some of the stories that I've heard from people, it can take a really long time. So I don't know. I'm going to definitely try to get eyes on this more, like, the moment the stream ends. So we'll do that. And if it's not fixed by Wednesday, I might also just need to make a main channel video with, like, updates on everything and discussing the situation. That way, like, before, obviously, when I was hoping that they would resolve it quickly, I made the second channel video because I'm like, okay, well, the moment they fix it, I can then take down the second channel video, and then, we don't need to worry about that. But if they're not going to fix it, then I need to use every tool at my disposal. And if that means making another main channel video to highlight the issue, to get just not shut up about it, right, then I will do that. Because, it's just ridiculous.
Why show you these memories? What is the Harbinger's plan?
Yeah. So that is extremely annoying.
This is the last time I saw my son as a boy.
Yeah, I'll post about that in my Discord after the fact whenever I'm done. I'll consider a Reddit post. I think that it's probably worth it. But I am really worried about the potential backlash from that because you know how Reddit can be. But I think, I don't know. Other people also mentioned something about potentially doing like a Blizzard customer service like forum thing. My Reddit account's pretty old. I've used it to post things in the past. Yeah, it's not a brand new account. I've posted like my leveling guides there and stuff. So I might try like the customer service forums. Somebody said that every now and then they'll respond and talk about the thing. Yeah, no, I definitely have an extensive post history on the WoW subreddit, so it's pretty much the only thing that I actually respond to on Reddit. Not quite John Wick said, I'm so sorry you're dealing with all of this, been following everything, hope you deserve better, thank you. Yeah, it's really disheartening. Also probably have to resubmit the ticket. Which is just fucking lovely. God, I fucking hate the Blizzard customer support.
It is a good day, but this is a hunt, and our prey awaits with hungry jaws.
I would rather have died than have you fall to evil.
What quest am I doing right now? This is the prerequisite to the pre-patch stuff. You have to do this before you're able to access the events.
Oh, your greatest regret. Let's bring it to life, shall we?
There's another set of quests that you have to do after this. But it's not available right now.
No! This isn't what happened!
You have forsworn the light, Illyria, and so you are my enemy.
We must follow him!
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, if you're on North America, the servers are literally about to go down in 9 minutes, so there probably isn't going to be enough time to do it right now, but, I mean, you could always do it when the servers come back up. I'm just doing this now so I can save myself a little bit of time. You're on Europe? Oh, okay. In that case, I think you have another day. I'm not sure if Europe gets it early or what. Maybe you guys do. And after that, we're gonna get the pre-patch event slideshow gameplay for the first 2 days, yeah. Yeah, it should be fun. I think I need to go further to turn in the quest, yeah.
true quarry is ahead. That twisted vision of Terralia.
This is what you chose over the light? Over your family?
Ah, fuck, too many people tagged it.
Do not speak with his voice, abomination.
At least I'm pretty sure this is the last quest in the chain. Yeah, that doesn't give me credit. Fuck. Fuck.
Over the light? Over your family? How pitiful.
Do not speak with his voice, abomination.
End me, Illyria. Has the void not given you the strength?
I can't do it! Valeria, I see your weak heart.
Did I not get credit? Or... oh no, I think... okay, there we go.
It's best if I leave. I'm a danger to you all, so long as Zalatath's gaze is cast upon me.
Still no word from Magni.
No, the speaker of Azeroth remains.
Alright, so that's the quest line. And now I'm ready on this character for when the pre-patch drops. Obviously, servers go down in 3 minutes, so we'll be ending the stream here. Thank you all for watching. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you. Make sure to throw the video a like if you enjoyed this. And for people watching the stream, I will try to stream later, but honestly, no promises. I'm not 100% sure if I'll be able to. But again, thank you for watching. I'm going to post the stuff in Discord later if you want to bump the tweet or whatever. I don't exactly know how Twitter signal boosting shit works, but yeah. Anyways, that's it. Thank you, and I'll catch you in the next one. Peace. Okay, I'm just gonna kind of hop in here. We're just gonna jump straight into the testing of this. I don't really have a lot that I particularly want to say here. Other than the fact that I mean, it's a rough day. Because unfortunately the oh yay, wow, recap. Woo. Where do I have to go for this? Okay, I guess I use this scroll. Hello disabilities, good to see you. But yeah, nothing has been resolved on the ban front, just as a heads up. Some good news, some bad news. The bad news is that I posted about it on the forums, and I got a blue response that said there may have actually been something detected. Why am I getting a pop-up? There may have been actually something detected, whether you know about it or not, blah, 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 blah. And, you know, they seemed nice about it, etc. Obviously, again, I know for a fact I have never used cheat software of any kind, so that is very concerning, not just because, obviously, that means that the chance of this getting overturned easily is much lower, but also, if they're detecting shit on my computer that is clearly not a cheat software, and they're registering it as a cheat software, then oh my god, how many other people are going to get hit by this? Because, yikes. If it's just a clear-cut mass report thing, that's one situation, but if they're actually falsely flagging accounts, that's really bad. That is, like, really, 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 really bad. So, That's scary. And still, again, it doesn't even make sense because I mean, this is another account that I actively play on the same exact computer. There's no logical reason why only one of my accounts would get flagged for there being software on it, and my 3 other accounts that I all actively play, somehow none of them are touched at all. That just doesn't make any sense. Simple. So I don't really know what the situation there is. Now, it's not all bad. Like I said, there's some good news, some bad news. That's the bad news. The good news is that I did reach out to the person at Blizzard again who initially said they were going to expedite my ticket. They said they'll look into it. That was earlier today. They haven't gotten back to me, but I imagine it's not exactly an easy process. So we'll see exactly how that whole thing pans out. Let me double check where the next event for this thing is. I should also note I haven't tested this pre-patch event at all. Wasn't working on the PTR. Looks like the next one is in Dragonflight. Or Dragonblight. Okay, no. The Dragonblight one is active for 5 minutes. The next one is in Searing Gorge. It's actually good that they have the timer there. Otherwise, I probably would have gone into the wrong one out of confusion. Okay, let's go to Searing Gorge. But yeah, that's bad. It's really bad. Because I have absolutely no idea what it is that they found. Especially because, again, I actively use all of these accounts. If one of them gets flagged, theoretically all of them should get flagged. So it does not make any sense. How much health do these things have? Not a lot, but it only gives me 5 currency. Skype said, good night, you're going to sleep. I appreciate you being able to stop by the stream. Yeah. The other good news is, at the very least, I did receive a response. And they said, we've set this up for further review. While resolving this ticket, the escalation could take some time. We'll let you know when results come back. Which is equal parts, you know, good and bad news, if we're being honest, because while it is nice to know that it's been sent up for further review, whatever that means, but I've never had a ticket sent up for further review, because again, never been in a situation like this. So, and quite frankly, I think a lot of people get completely stonewalled. So, the fact that I've gotten anything is definitely nice. What I'm hoping is that that means if they are willing to accept that they probably fucked up with the flagging, they're going to double check to see what it is that flagged their system and verify that it is not, in fact, a cheat program. But then, of course, again, the more concerning part of that is if it flagged my account. Depending on what it is, how many other people got falsely flagged as well. And that's a very scary thought. And of course, you know, I commented on the forums about this, which is where I got that original response. I didn't receive anybody from Blizzard directly saying that, but a bunch of people are like, oh, it could just be that your other accounts got flagged and it's delayed. But, like, that doesn't really make sense. I used them all exactly the same amount, so why would one of them get flagged and banned now? And it's been a week now, right? If there truly was something that flagged my account, by this point, the rest of them should be flagged. It just doesn't make sense. But I do hope that whatever they look into, they're able to figure it out, and I'm able to have the situation resolved soon. Unfortunately, a lot of the damage has already been done here. Because I've officially missed a full week of my my classic guilds raid. And this is first time I've missed a raid in over a year, which obviously, I mean, I have no control over, but fucking, it's a tough thing to swallow because I like raiding. It's what I do for fun. So having to miss that and also having to let everybody else down is soul-crushing, even though I know that there's nothing I can do. It's out of my hands. But like, I mean, also going forward, like, I don't know, I don't really know what I can do, because like I can't expect them to just sit around and wait for me to get this resolved. So like, even if this gets resolved in like 2 weeks, by that point they should already be progressing Heroic Nefarian. So what am I supposed to do? Just say like, hey, don't do any other progression bosses until I get this fixed? At this rate, like, by the time I get this fixed, like, they're probably already gonna have to move on without me, and then I'm gonna miss the end of the tier. Which, anybody who's been around my channel for any notable amount of time knows that I have been extremely excited for Cataclysm for a very, 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 very long time. Especially this tier. I really wanted to do Heroic Nefarian. And, like, I get that I am drumming up sympathy, I suppose, on a Twitch stream, which doesn't matter, but it's true. The problem is, of course, this is how I feel, right? It fucking sucks, and it makes me miserable, but I don't want to say that stuff on the actual videos, because I don't want people to think that I'm just trying to, like, get sympathy for my situation, but it obviously is completely fucked up. And I'm kind of at my wit's end, because I don't know what I can do. And if this doesn't get fixed soon, like, obviously, this needs to get fixed before the launch of the War Within. That would be insane. The fact that they're charging extra for fucking early access, and then the chance that, despite charging extra for early access, and all that other stuff, they're then going to prevent me from playing it on launch with my main account because of this bullshit. Like, that obviously is fucked. Right, but at least we have like 3 weeks to sort that out. But I don't have 3 weeks to get it sorted out for my Cataclysm guilds. You know? There's 24 other people who they have to fucking raid. They have to finish the tier. So, missing out on Nefarian Prog is, I mean, words cannot express how devastated I am, considering that's something that I've been looking forward to for literally years. So, I really hope whatever escalation they're doing is fast, but of course they even said, please note that while resolving this ticket, it could take some time, and time is something I don't have. So I don't know. I'm also not going to spend a lot of time commenting on the quality of this event. I think it goes without saying that this is the worst pre-patch event we've ever had. I wasn't able to test it before, but just based on what I saw, it looked fucking awful. And everybody told me that it looked fucking awful. And I didn't want to actively say that this is likely the worst pre-patch event that we've ever had. I said it seems lazy, but I think at this point, based on everything that I've seen from other people, and now obviously playing through it myself, it is the laziest and just worst pre-patch event we've ever had. This is just kind of embarrassingly low quality. Obviously the servers are one thing, but generic fly around the zone for a few minutes, kill random shit.
We overcame this once, and we will once more.
Not to mention it has nothing at all to do with the expansion. It's just a generic, like, copy-paste assets thing. Oh well. Biofreak said, I think mob tagging is decent XP. You haven't tested it yet yourself. I heard pretty mixed things as to whether or not it was actually efficient. I mean, we also have to remember, we know for a fact it's not going to be better than Mop Remix. So, even if it ends up being slightly fast relative to, like, regular leveling, I mean, who really cares, right? But I will test it, I should know. Obviously, I'm first testing the gearing process because For anybody that missed it last night, I streamed this character and I did some like... Oh, did I get disconnected? Wow. Yeah, okay, the stability is actually horrendous. But yeah, I did some gearing testing, so this is the character that we leveled a few days ago. It's up to 474 now, and I still have like a starting crafted piece, 343. So, we're gonna see how good it is as far as getting gear is concerned. What is this? I will give Blizzard some credit and say that the whole scenery thing it's neat. Like, I can tell that at least a bare minimum amount of effort was put into that, but of course this is all, you know, pretty easy copy-pasted assets, and unfortunately the gameplay itself is... It's a nothing burger. But yeah, after I do this event, we'll test it. Because obviously, the fact that it's only once every hour and a half is difficult if the event itself is where you're hoping to get most of the experience. But we'll see. Can I attack it? Doesn't look like it. I guess that's just a spawning shield to make sure everybody has time to get in here. Now, I hope that they don't make the same mistake they did in Remix, where there's like a timer for the mob to actually activate, but once the timer expires, it just dies in 2 hits. Either way, I'll just spam Rising Sun Kick, because that should do instant damage. Okay, it does look like its health kind of stops moving at a certain point. So I guess as long as you're here, it should probably be easy enough to tag it. But I've heard a lot of people say that it's a really annoying event to try and get with how much lag there is. Hopefully there's nothing that'll kill me and I miss out on credit. Hello Oxara Luna, good to see you. Yay, slideshow gameplay, yeah. Okay, so I got whatever that is, piece of champion gear. That's actually pretty good. And we're bound until equipped shoulders, which are not better than what I have, but I mean, it's something, I guess. So I think that's a daily quest? I mean, I would hope it's not a weekly quest, because if there's a weekly quest for 1,500 of these things, and it's like 10k just for that, that is like the most degenerate grind ever. Who knows, though? You can do 3... It's actually weekly? Okay, so let me get this straight. Per week, you get 4,500 residual memories from those quests. And I get 5 Memory of the Eastern Kingdoms. Okay, so in order to get the Heirloom Ring, I would need to kill every single one of these bosses 4 times. And then it's doing that event that took 5 minutes? Yeah. Yeah, 1,500 times 3. That's pathetic, right? Like, that's just bad. Also, did they forget to put something on this trinket? It's just primary stat and nothing else. Okay, so the trinkets that you can get from here are grossly undertuned. And I guess main thing I need is a helmet. There is, of course, the chance that this has a helmet. No, it has pants, which, I mean, the pants are actually an upgrade. but where's the heirloom ring? Hold on, my phone just beeped. Let me see. One of the biggest issues of this entire situation is, like, I have to be glued to my phone and email and stuff, just waiting for updates, because, you know, I just need any information at all. Yeah, okay, Blizzard. Oh, play WoW's new pre-patch event. Wow, yeah, I'd love to do that. Fuckers banned me. Yeah, so it's like, I can't get... Well, technically, I could just, like, shut it out of my memory and continue getting work done. Like, it's not that easy, right? I can't just focus on getting videos done when this is dangling over my head. So it's just a never-ending thing. Yeah. I mean, doing the pre-patch stuff for the heirloom ring at the very least, but quite frankly, honestly, I don't even think you bother with the heirloom event, or the pre-patch event right now, because you're forced to grind every single event 4 times on top of getting the buying the heirloom ring, which, like, that isn't hard. Like, I can buy it, lifeless stone ring. But you have to infuse it with the essence of each continent, so Kalimdor, Eastern Kingdoms, etc., which just requires you to kill the NPCs 4 times each. And they spawn every hour and a half. And we already know that later on in the event, it's going to be down to 30 minutes. So it's like, I don't know why they discourage people from playing the game, but that's exactly what this is. Because what am I supposed to actively go ahead and just grind every hour and a half just to potentially get something here? Or should I just wait until the event is working as intended? So, yeah. Mind you, by the way, I'm almost now full 480 in the vast majority of my slots just by doing, like, 4 hours of open world content yesterday. So, you could either grind this for literal days to get full 480 gear, or you just do stuff in Dragonflight Season 4 and get the exact same gear in less time. Especially since these trinkets are really bad. This one, they forgot to put an effect on it. This doesn't have primary stat, and if it's anything like the other tentacle trinkets, it's terrible. This has less primary stat, and I doubt that the proc effect on this is good enough to make up for it. So, why bother? I guess what I'll do is I'll hold on to the rest of my currency in case there's something that I need to buy later. And I will test leveling through this event soon, but
Hey, message for you from Grandmaster Height.
one second. I'm just checking Discord.
He got a message for you.
So I'll just pick this up so it goes away. What does this quest give me? Okay, that gives me nothing. Yeah, so that's the entire event. And then you just do that every hour and a half. Now, the only other thing, if somebody in chat can clarify this for me. So I got a piece of champion gear from killing Ragnaros. Now, champion gear is actually relatively good compared to some of the other catch-up stuff. I assume if I kill Ragnaros again, I'm not going to get another piece of champion gear. That wouldn't make sense. So the 2 questions that I have, in case anybody's already tested this. Is it that you get 1 piece of champion gear for killing each boss? So if I go kill Onyxia in 1 hour or so, will I get 1 piece of champion gear off her? And then the other question, again, I assume I can't spam kill it, but is the piece of champion gear daily or weekly? Well, I guess obviously nobody here would be able to know that because it hasn't been a day yet. But unless maybe they've confirmed it somewhere and they've said it's a daily or weekly reward, etc. So I guess that's my other question, which I will have to answer myself tomorrow. But if anybody has killed multiple bosses, did you get multiple champion pieces? Or potentially, did you get any champion pieces at all? Maybe it's a rare drop that I just so happen to get, but I would assume it's a guaranteed source, at least the first one. A lot of the events work like that. Let me get my time machine to check if it's daily. Yeah, I mean, I was more just thinking out loud, but then I forgot that my initial question was asking people in chat. So I'm more just like out loud talking through my thought process and the stuff that I'm curious about. But if anybody in chat does happen to know, why do I got the quest again? It's weird. Now I technically do have a great vault because I did a bunch of LFR, so I doubt there's going to be anything good in it, but it's something. You've gotten 3 pieces from 2 events and you just bought 1 from the vendor. It's not as bad as we think. I mean, that is kind of bad, though, because, like, in 2 events, that's, what? At the current timeline, 3 hours in total? So, 3 hours to get 2 pieces and then buy 1 with your currency. And mind you, right, the other issue... Okay, so this is still bugged. It forces you to take Zaralek Caverns. The other issue is, of course, that there's all of these other cosmetic things that you're supposed to be farming too. So it's not just catch-up gear, and that stuff's really expensive. This is the Mythic Dungeon quest, right? Yeah, Emissary 4. So there's all of that stuff. So in 3 to 4 hours yesterday, I got from a fresh character to like all of this gear. All of the stuff you see here. Right? Multiple 480 pieces. Like at least 8 480 pieces. So, honestly, 3 pieces in 2 events is pretty bad. That's not good. I'm not saying that that's not good as far as it's not good that you got that much. It's bad that that's all you're getting. Honestly, the biggest issue with this event is the fact that it's time-gated from the get-go. That makes 0 sense. Makes 0 sense to say, hey, we're going to make this event more fun to play later on, so just, like, you can play it now if you really want to, but we're letting you know that it's going to suck. It's a really questionable choice on Blizzard's part. I don't understand why you can't just make it at its full value from day one. That's just baffling. Because, like, that's not a good amount of return for 2 events, so now if you want to actually gear up a character through this event, you're better off just not playing until that point. Except, of course, for the weekly things, which, of course they have that. Alright, let's set loot spec to Windwalker. You get the items from the boss, and each echo completed can also give you a piece. Yeah, I figured that's how it worked. Oh, I actually did get a helmet. Huh. What do you know? Well, okay, that is something. Okay, so it's Northrend, right? So I'll head to the portal room. We'll pop over to Dalaran and then head to Dragonflight. I need more coffee soon, too. I'll probably do that after I grab... I'll just use my Dalaran Hearth, why not? But yeah, after I finish this, this pre-patch event, I'll go grab more coffee really quick, and then we can do some more gearing stuff. You've tried a ton for the haste run from Lost City of Tolvir. A ton, you gave up? Yeah. That one I tried to get too. Basically, there was a while there, pre-raid, where I was just spamming heroic dungeons, and if I got Stonecore, Throne of the Tides, or Lost City, I would run it. Because Heart of Solace... I'm pretty sure that Heart of Solace for me is still better than the Bastion of Twilight one, but not quite as good as Magnetite Mirror. But I did try to get it, and it just never dropped. The annoying thing is, I never even got it to drop and, like, lost the roll. I just never saw it. And I got Stonecore a lot, that one in particular. Okay, so yeah, it's Northrend. Grab this. I'm pretty sure there's not even much that I can buy at this stage. I need a chess piece. The trinkets are terrible. Chess piece, ring. Actually, 2 rings. You know what? I will actually buy this. Because obviously,
I don't give a damn about collecting pets and mounts on my alt account, right? I wasn't much of a collector on my main account. I'm definitely not going to start a pet and mount collection on my second account, so... I am going to try to get the heirloom ring, just because obviously that's important. And I'll probably make a video just summarizing how to do that. But I'll do that... I'll probably do that, like, later on. Though I think one thing that could be fun... Yeah, you know what? Maybe I could do that. Because, like, I could get a bit more gear right now. But I think something that could be more fun is... I've always meant to do an heirloom, like, catch-up guide, right? And I've already done the Dread Pirate Ring guide, like how to win the fishing tournament. And most of the heirlooms are really straightforward. Why not try to get Minari Training Amulet? Because people have been asking me to do a video on that for such a long time. And now I have a genuinely good reason to do it. Fuck it. Yeah. After this, let's do that. There we go. Got an achievement. Yeah, and that way, because honestly, I wasn't sure whether I would be able to finish my heirloom acquisition guide before War Within. But, I mean, right now, the servers are fucked. I can't do leveling testing. And I kind of want to get heirlooms again on this account anyway, just in case I need it. Honestly, presents a good opportunity to do that. You didn't know Arthas was waiting on the spot where Arthas will spawn in the event? Oh, is he? I gotta see that. That's pretty cool. I guess it's kind of difficult to see. Oh, you're right! I can see him! Aww. That's cute. I could cage the pets and send them to my alt account. You know, I've done that. I have on... Because, basically, Troy, when we were prepping for the MOP Remix run, and I was planning on doing the pet battle stuff, because this was obviously the account we were using, I have the battle pet quests, but basically, in order for me to access the dailies that we would have needed for that speedrun, I would have had to do all of this stuff, and then, like, multiple other quests within this chain. Finish that, and then I would be able to unlock the dailies. It would have taken forever. So, I did actually start leveling up some pets. I got them to level 10, because I have, like, a bunch of these left over from events and stuff. I don't have many on this account. But the one issue is, you can only learn a pet that is, like, up to the highest level on your account. So, I could definitely send over some pets from my main account, and I have like 3 really good ones, like a really good team that could beat pretty much anything, sitting on my Warlock somewhere. But I can't really use it until I continue to level them up. Maybe, yeah, while I wait, I could kill some pets. What level are the battles, though? They might be too high. Yeah, level 22. Okay, never mind. Maybe like Duskwallow Marsh while I'm waiting. I could do that. But that would be later on. Should have done a set of pet dailies to buy leveling tokens and level a pet to 25 and then just mail pets. Oh, you can do that? See, I didn't even know that. Yeah, I mean, it's been such a long time since I've leveled a pet up to 25 from scratch on my account that, I mean, I did it all the way back in MOP. The reason why I got into... Oh, you're saying Pet World quests. Yeah, that's a good point. This is US. North America. The reason why I leveled pet battling for the first time way back when is I was doing all of the challenge achievements for the Brawlers Guild, and in order to access one of them, you had to beat, like, a pet battle somewhere in, like, Ice Crown, and then you would get an item that you could take to the Brawlers Guild. So I leveled my pets up from scratch, suffered through that whole debacle, but then, by the end of it, I actually realized, wait, this is kind of fun. And then I've been pet battling fairly actively ever since. Let me, while we wait, let me look into Minari Training Amulet. So I obviously remember the gist of how to unlock it, but it's been a very long time.
Let's see. There's a few comments, but it's surprisingly not super well documented how you're supposed to get this. Getting this takes quite a long time. It's the very end of the Legion campaign. You get the quest to kill Argus well before you have a chance to get this. You're time-gated through many 16-hour-long Order Hall missions during the quest chain. You'll need to finish 3 16-hour missions, plus the mission that actually rewards this neck, plus however many missions it takes to get the gear sets needed to upgrade your followers to the necessary item levels. Unless you grind and also get lucky and find armor sets from treasures, upgrading your followers will take... Okay. Well, in that case, I would need to figure out a way to efficiently gear my followers. It's been such a long time since I've done that. Pet petals are fun. Your issue is all add-ons needed. Are there add-ons that, like, help with pet petals? I've never really used them. I've just kind of always theory-crafted pet petals on my own. I mean, I like it, honestly. Like, the same reason I like pet battles is why I like Honkai Star Rail. Turn-based combat like that can be pretty fun when done well. Oh, to see their attack... Yeah, okay, fair, fair. Yeah, I see what you mean. Okay. Let's see. Some fights are RNG unless you know what they do. Yeah, that's fair. A lot of times I just kind of do it by trial and error. I would imagine that at a certain point, the way that you want to do these events is you go to the one that takes, like, no time at all to complete, and you do that first, and then you wait for, like, the really long events to get finished. But obviously, I don't really know which events are fast and which are slow. Like, in Searing Gorge, for instance, the event to collect Green Hills of Stranglethorn took a really long time, so I would want to save that for last. You, fiend, you are not my beloved. Begone! I did way too much Ulduar. Last classic expansion. Yeah, so let's see. The event up there is already complete, and that was pretty far away. Yeah, 3 events are done, so all the stuff in the north is clearly way faster than this. Yeah, okay, wow. So I ended up happening to pick the slowest possible event. Despite being the closest, this is the last one that got completed. Well, that's lovely. At least now we know for future reference. I got a plate helmet that I don't need. Yeah. I assume people who've done this a bunch, I think they said it's the same exact set of events every time, right? So, presumably, once you know what all of the events are, it would be easy enough to figure out what the most effective route. Like, the way that it seemed to me is that going straight up north and doing these ones and just wrapping around here as quick as you can is the best. And then just trying to get back down here in time. The slowest is gathering wood. It takes 15 minutes solo. Is that one of the ones here? I didn't see it. Webbed is not only the slowest, but also the one that can really bug out. Oh, it's RNG. Gotcha. Well, at least I know to never start there again. That's how you'd like to play the battles, but you can't be asked, sadly. Maybe in 5 X-Packs from now, yeah. Okay, I got a caster weapon that I can't use. And 5 memories of Northrend. Yay! I'm only barely at all close to getting the rest of that stuff. Alright. So what do I still need? I still need a chess piece, which... Getting a chess piece would take a bit of time, and that's high haste, so I don't even want that chess piece anyway. What's the other ring? Okay, that's also haste mastery. I don't really want that one either. Admittedly, my current ring is also really shit. So, yeah. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Yeah, I don't really think there's any point buying anything. I guess at this point I just stockpile.